Tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the Think Tank. So we're just waiting for this courtroom to open up and get the show on the road. We're looking for closing arguments this morning in the Teresa Black case. They are not they're not on time. So what do you guys think about this? 23 years and she's facing justice now. We only caught yesterday as far as this trial goes, so I'm still not completely up to date, but I don't think it looks good. Do they have enough? I'm not sure. You know, we're looking at evidence that is, I mean, it's not DNA, it's not this, it's not that. This is just basically a bunch of situations that are saying, look, there can be nobody else but her. And literally, she doesn't seem too worried about anything that's going on. I don't think that she believes she'll be found guilty. I think she believes she's going to get off on this. And like I said, I don't know. Can they actually say that this was an unaliving done by her? Or are they going to say that, you know, she doesn't know how he ended up in those woods? This little guy's 6 years old. So there was a standoff in San Antonio on the west side last night. I just did a fast video on it. Okay, let's see here. What other information I can get on this? Well, we're waiting. Teresa Black. So yeah, yesterday it says final testimonies heard. Let's take a look at that while we're waiting. I'll take a bit of this for a minute while we're waiting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Closing arguments are set to start tomorrow in the trial of Teresa Black, the mother accused of murdering her 6-year-old son and dumping his body in the woods in DeKalb County back in 1999.
It was a cold case for decades until a tip helped police identify his remains in 2022. Our Tracy McPeer is live outside the courthouse with today's updates. Tracy?
Well, jurors heard from the final 2 witnesses today. Up next, closing arguments before deciding the fate of Teresa Black. In 4 days of testimony, more than 20 experts and witnesses took the stand for the prosecution, painting a picture of Teresa Black.
I was kind of surprised at what looked like a little bit of confusion when the jurors were sent out yesterday, and there was so many questions from the judge that I thought she should know. It sounded like she thought this was a long trial. I could have misunderstood. I could have totally have misunderstood, but I was a little shocked by that.
As a mother who was not connected to her child and who had help available to take care of him that she didn't accept before she took off to Atlanta, where William's body was later discovered. The story for the defense much different, as Black was portrayed as a single mom with no resources. She is charged with felony murder, cruelty to children, and concealing the death of another. The prosecution
I
claiming
don't know
she
what's
killed
going
her
on
son
with
with either too much over-the-counter cold medication or trauma to the
court right
head
now.
before then dumping his body in a wooded area off Clifton Church Road 23.
Oh my God. Yeah, 23 years ago. Let's listen to that again, what this woman did. I was concentrating on the court. Or allegedly did. I'm sorry, what she allegedly did.
The
Right?
prosecution claiming she killed her son with either too much over-the-counter cold medication or trauma to the head before then dumping his body in a wooded area off Clifton Church Road 23 years ago. But today, a forensic pathologist, the sole witness for the defense, disputed those claims, suggesting he could have.
So again, watch yesterday because we did have the misfortune or fortune to seeing this woman on the stand. And I'd love to know what you think about her attitude because I was quite surprised by it.
Have had sepsis or seizures or died from another natural cause. The defense witness says she believes the fracture in William Hamilton's skull was caused by animals after his death.
Some of the other bones demonstrate changes that are in keeping with animal scavenging or animal gnawing.
I'm sure, but
The prosecution's final witness also testified today. Investigator Matthew McClendon, who interviewed Teresa Black when they tracked her down to Phoenix in 2022. McClendon shared a Facebook message they verified from 2017 where Wanda Hamilton, William's aunt, asks Teresa about her nephew, who would have been 23 years old if he were alive.
So how my nephew doing? I would love to see you all.
You know, there is, like I said, there's a lot of circumstantial or situations that you put together that really it doesn't seem to point to too many other people. Actually, nobody.
And then what was their response in a subsequent paragraph where the author is Teresa Black?
Teresa Black responds, he is good. He has 2 kids. I'll give him your number. We live in Alaska, but moving to Arizona.
That was 17 years after his body was discovered in DeKalb County. According to the investigator, the Facebook messages ended soon after when Teresa was pressed again about William and stopped responding altogether.
Oh, my word.
Pizza Hut's buy pizza, get free pizza. On January 10th only, buy a large pizza, get a free large one.
I pay not to
If
get
you're a
those.
quarterback, being 4th string at Georgia is better than being 2nd string at USC.
Okay. No.
Thank you for making luck.
No. Okay, let's see here. What have I got? So this is a 1999 cold case. $19.99. And what she's accused of is like, are you kidding me? Yeah, there's really not that much. I can look back and we can kind of go over what we can go back and take a look at, sorry, 1999 and see what was going on. What have I got going here? Yeah, still no stream, guys. Lizzie. So it says, jury hears final testimonies in Teresa Black M trial, closing arguments expected soon. So yeah, that's what we're sitting here waiting for. There's some cases coming up, guys, that, Adam Montgomery, ooh, let's watch that guy fry. We've got, I'm gonna have to look at my calendar, but we have some good ones coming up this year. Koberger, possibly Richard Allen. More than 23 years ago, authorities found a young boy deceased and abandoned near a church graveyard. Now authorities say they have discovered his identity and charged his mother in his death. So that's Teresa Ann Bailey Black. Listen to her. Oh my God, that's enough. You got this, girlfriend. So yeah, sorry about the delay, guys. Out of my control. Let's take a look. Teresa Ann Black Bailey, 45, faces 2 counts of felony M, 2 counts of cruelty to children, aggravated, and concealing the passing of another. For so many years, the authorities simply knew the child under the name Dennis. They now give his real name as William Deshawn Hamilton, 6 years old. Black, then known under the last name Bailey, lived with her son in Charlotte, North Carolina, until she suddenly withdrew him from school in December of 1998 and moved with him to Atlanta, Georgia. And the funny thing is nobody in Atlanta. Lizzie, no, girl, get back. Wow. So yeah, they're saying that nobody remembers seeing this little guy in Atlanta. And they're saying that she did give multiple different reasons for him not being around. She's being so bad. Different stories about his whereabouts. Young William, then unidentified, was found unalived on February 26, 1999, in a wooded area in the corner of Clifton Springs Road and Clifton Spring Road, or Spring Church Road in DeKalb County. Check out Law and Crime. I do have them in my description, and they're a great channel. The child whose body was significantly decomposed was determined to be an African American male between the ages of 5 and 7 and was estimated to have been deceased for 3 to 6 months prior to his discovery, the DA's office wrote. He was wearing a blue and white plaid shirt, red denim jeans, and brown Timberland boots. Authorities could not figure out his manner and cause of death. However, that changed in May 2020 when a tipster who knew both Black and Hamilton stepped forward after recognizing a rendering of the unidentified child's face. Despite continued efforts by the DeKalb County Police Department and medical examiner's office, as well as media coverage from the case, the young boy remained unidentified for decades. This is her own child, you know. Despite continued efforts by the DeKalb County Police Department, unidentified for decades. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, became involved in the case in 2000 and provided renderings of the boy, featuring the story on their website and social media channels, and following a few leads. In May of 2020, a tipster who knew the defendant Black and her son back in 1998 seen the rendering and contacted NCMEC, DKPD, and the DA's office, picked the case up, and followed that lead. I'm just going to make sure they're not. Oh, no movement in the courtroom. All right, then. So let's see here. Black was arrested in Phoenix, Arizona on June 29th, and she was waiting extradition. So a grand jury indicted her on June 28th. Black caused the passing, they're saying, by a substance or substances containing dihydramine and acetaminophen. The indictment said, according to WXIA, hearing on Wednesday, that she agreed. Okay, this is about her being sent back. For more than 2 decades, a woman in Charlotte who knew William and his mother followed her gut feeling that something wasn't right and kept looking for him. We're grateful she never stopped until she found that rendering of William online and gave investigators that missing piece. Oh my goodness. Just heartbreaking. You know, you hear of all of these, I was just looking at the Michael Vaughn case, and you look at these people that are able to unalive kids, and you can't believe it's even possible. But then it comes to the families and the loved ones and the parents' friends that ultimately end up being the biggest monsters of all. It's heartbreaking. No little boy should be that disposable. DeKalb County woman. We'll take a look at this really fast, friends, while we're waiting. I have no control over this one. So let's see here. DeKalb County prosecutors and lawyers for the woman accused of unaliving her son more than 2 decades ago have rested their cases. So this was yesterday. Like I said, we did stream that last night. So just minutes after the defense rested on Monday, DeKalb County Superior Court Judge Stacey Heydrich told jurors that the most important part of their civic duty begins. The judge says following closing arguments Tuesday morning, the jury will begin deliberating Teresa Black's fate. So that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for them to get into the courtroom so we can see what we've missed. Basically, at least we're catching, the closing arguments. It's going to give us a really good overview of what has happened, what we've missed. So we did miss 3 of the 4 days. We did it at Members Live, and I was trying to find out what you guys would be the most interested in seeing, and if you agreed with me. So I thought maybe, hey, James, how you doing, friend? We're still waiting on the courtroom. So there's been no movement. How are you doing? So let's see here. My goal is for you to have the case by lunch, the judge had said, and she said, hang in there with me. We're almost at the end, which I'll tell you what, that kind of made me smile because and I mentioned this yesterday's live stream, we watched OJ for 9 months. So to think of a 4-day case and just saying, hang in there, these guys get to go home. It's just like, yeah, it was a hard, long pull. After more than 20 witnesses, prosecutors rested their case. It was the defendant's turn. They called a single witness for a forensic pathologist. The degree of decomposition can obscure findings, said Dr. Jane Turner, the forensic pathologist. You really want to go back and watch her from yesterday. The expert witness, who has years of experience working as a medical examiner, reviewed the case and testified on Black's behalf. Her defense team goal was to create doubt in the prosecution case. I don't think that happened. For me, it didn't. To me, I was wondering more why she was being so one-sided. It didn't seem to me. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, we're going through those kind of appointments right now too, James. Good luck with yours, my friend. Yeah, it was complete speculation, and I still don't agree with the injury to the skull. I still don't agree with what she's saying. It doesn't make sense to me. To me, it seemed like there was maybe smaller animals getting to these remains and dragging them off, not something that can do large damage. But that's just my opinion, as always. So one of the big questions hanging over this trial was whether Black would try to clear her name by taking the stand in her own defense, but she decided against it. Have you had enough time to talk with your attorneys about whether or not you'd like to testify in the case? The judge asked Black. She responded with a yes. Then the judge asked her, what would you like to do? And she said that I will not be testifying. Deliberations are expected to begin Tuesday. We're waiting patiently. And she does face up to life in prison without the possibility of parole. You know what? I still am of the belief that I'm still of the belief that if hold on, what's going on here? I have to refresh this. I don't know what's going on with Long Crime Friends. They are our pool right now. Very interesting. Hmm. Okay, I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Give me a second. Okay, it says they're still. I'll double check, but it says they say we're still waiting. My caps on. Let me refresh it again. I'm gonna uh, get rid of this one because I do want to. Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. They've got like a very bizarre screen up, so I thought, what? And they're saying that it started 3 minutes ago, but I'm not seeing anything. And the chat's saying that they're not. They're not. Houston, they have a problem. That's it. Having a fever could delay. What a crock. Insane statement from the doctor, hopeless witness. I agree. Yeah, I agree. She threw everything but the kitchen sink out there for them. She was of no use, I didn't think, on one side or the other. Teresa Black. What is going on in this courtroom? What am I doing? Stop doing it again. I get like thrown off when they act up like this. So here we sit, guys. Very odd, very odd. It is telling me it's live. Can you guys, did you guys see anything? Because literally chat's saying like that they are not going, that they're hoping for this, they're hoping for that. I have a notification. I got a notification that say they will be on. Okay. Oh, they're saying maybe that there's a juror that's late. I never really thought about that. Yeah, chat over there figures that the judge is going to be in a good mood because they're starting late. Yeah, that could very well be. I don't even know what the weather is like there. I don't know what's going on with the weather because the weather is just bizarre, absolutely everywhere right now. Yeah, there's a lot of us waiting. Come on, let's get this show on the road. Let's do this. So yeah, again, this is from 1999. While we're waiting, let's watch. Let's see how long this is. See if mind you, I don't know how long are they going to be. Blows me away. You pay to not have these, and there they are. I'll watch this for a minute.
Concealing his death for decades. 11 Alive's Latasha Givens is live at the DeKalb County Courthouse right now. Latasha, sounds like some of that testimony today caused quite a stir in the courtroom.
That's right. Good evening, Savannah. The judge asked the jury to leave the courtroom several times because the prosecution and defense made several strong objections to some of the witness testimony. Here's a look inside the courtroom today.
I don't necessarily think it's bad character, but
Friday's testimony in the Teresa Black murder trial centered on both her ex-husband and the father of her son, William Hamilton. Black is accused of killing her.
So yeah, this is older. This is the dad that is testifying. So I thought we'd take a look while we're waiting.
Her 6-year-old son, William, by giving him too much cold medicine back in 1999, then discarding his body in a wooded area in DeKalb County. The defense previously painted the picture of Black being a single mother with no one to help her raise William. But the prosecution countered that argument.
What sort of things would your side of the family do to help out with William?
Babysit, clothes, whatever he need, money, whatever she needed for him.
The boy's father, William Hamilton, testified he made several attempts to see William and recalled one encounter when he says Black pulled a weapon on him.
I used to try and come and get him all the time. Couldn't never really get to see him. Okay. I mean, one time I went to go see him and she pulled out a gun. So I couldn't come to see him.
okay.
Judge, objection.
So this is the father.
All right, I need to send you all back out for a second.
The boy's father alleged she filed for child support years after William was already dead.
Do you recall whether
The golf. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? After this had happened and he was not in her custody, things had already gone sideways. She went after support payments.
Back out for a second.
The boy's father alleged she filed for child support years after William was already dead.
Do you recall
Unreal.
whether or not any child support payments were taken out of your check?
Yeah, William was already gone. And I never knew that.
LaQuise Black testified he never met Williams while married to Teresa, and that she even faked a phone call between the two of them.
She made a phone call, and I spoke to some gentleman on the phone that was supposed to be them.
William's aunt, Wanda Hamilton, broke down on the stand while speaking.
So yeah, what they're saying is that she also had somebody talk to him claiming to be his son. Like, are you kidding me? How are you that actual unbalanced that many years later you are asking for child support and faking his voice, faking him being alive? It's suspicious AF.
Some gentleman on the phone that was supposed to be him.
William's aunt, Wanda Hamilton, broke down on the stand while
What?
speaking about the little boy she knew.
He had a very good, beautiful smile. It was just
Yeah.
your heart. He was a sweet guy.
Evil to the core.
How old do you think William was when you last saw him?
Evil.
And towards the end of the day, the prosecution called the DeKalb County Chief Medical Examiner, who was a deputy in the ME's office when William's body was found. We have all of today's testimony and our continuous coverage of this trial on our website at 11alive.com. Savannah and Faith, back to you.
Just heartbreaking hearing that, Latasha. Thank you. And as Latasha mentioned, to read more about this cold case that's now been...
So yeah, we're still waiting. Lucy. Holy. This is all over cookies, guys. This is all over cookies. So yeah, 1999. She didn't have custody. My opinion, she knew where he was, and she went for child support. You guys sit down too, Jazz. No action at the courthouse yet. Let's see what their chat is up to. Okay, yeah, you haven't missed anything. We're still waiting for it to start. The screen has got, you know how your TVs back in the day, they had all those different colors, and then it'll go, "Yee." That's what they have up. And they're what? They're 35 minutes late. I am so interested to hear what is going to be said this morning. You know, it sounds like he was medicated, and it does look like it was basically Benadryl and some kind of acetaminophen. So, did the little guy overdose on medications he should not have been fed? Because what was being said yesterday, I think, at one point is for children, you don't get the two products. For kids, that you have to buy them separately, not like us adults where you can get your Benadryl with acetaminophen. With kids, it's two things separate. So, did she give him adult acetamin or adult Benadryl or one of these products? Or did she give him allegedly two different products to make that overdose happen? If it was, in fact, an overdose. I mean, it could be anything at this point. The thing is they're going, guilty, guilty. Smarten up now. Oh, my word, could be a long day with the girls. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can learn while we're waiting. Oh, the mother as well, her mother. Again, this is 4 days ago, and it's saying that she broke down during interrogation. Oh, Teresa Black breaks down during interrogation, reveals son's passing. How long is this one? I'll see how long it is. see here. Okay, maybe we'll take a look at that if they're, yeah. Waiting on the courthouse.
Died after she gave him a fatal dose of cough medicine and concealed his death. She was arrested in 2022 following a break in the case. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes has been following the trial and
Okay, so that's exactly what it is.
has the latest
I
on what happened in
figure
the
cold
courtroom.
medicine or something. Let's go
In
back.
court for a mother charged with the murder of her child more than 2 decades ago. Prosecutors say Teresa Black's son died after she gave him a fatal dose of cough medicine and
Okay,
concealed his
James.
death.
Cheers,
She was
friend.
arrested in 2022 following a break in the case. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes has been following the trial and has the latest on what happened in the courtroom.
Teresa Black wiped away tears as prosecutors played her 2022 police interview in court Thursday.
So we're still at 40 minutes late. And I know I'm saying it a lot, but just for anyone who's coming in, we are waiting on the court.
Black originally lied to investigators who traveled to Arizona to collect a DNA sample from her. Black claimed she left 6-year-old William Hamilton with a woman at a homeless shelter in Atlanta in the late 90s because she was no longer able to care for him. His body was discovered in a wooded area near a small...
You know, how disgusting is that? Even that, I mean, abandonment, abuse, all sorts of different things. And I literally believe that the M word as well. Personal opinion.
Cemetery on Clifton Springs Road in February of '99. The 6-year-old's identity remained a mystery for more than 2 decades. Then in 2019, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an image of a facial reconstruction of the victim. A tipster in North Carolina came forward saying she recognized the child as her former neighbor and recalled Black returning to North Carolina without her son.
He died in 1999. What? No. Yes.
Black continued to insist she was telling the truth, even after police told her William was dead.
You know, this is the thing. They go and they do these barbaric acts, and they're cowards. They do not take the responsibility. It's one of the most disturbing things. I have a very strong opinion when it comes to unaliving kids. And when it comes to parents that do this, I don't think that the option of manslaughter and all of these different things. I believe in DP when it comes to parents doing this to children. I do. I've got a very strong opinion.
And they did not believe her story. Midway through the interview, she breaks down and tells investigators the boy died in his sleep in the field where his body was found.
Yeah. So now she's admitting this, but at the same time, she's not going to let herself be held accountable. Something happened in his sleep.
In DeKalb County, Deidre Dukes, Fox.
Yeah. Unreal, friends. I'll see if I can find us anything else. Yeah, over here. Meanwhile, let's see what's their chat saying. Yeah, so they did decide yesterday that they were going to both get 2 hours for their closing arguments. But with that said, will the defense be able to talk for 2 hours? Oh my goodness. A lot of happy people, though, that a lot of happy people that this is being given to the jury and that there might be some kind of justice for this little guy. Like, brutal. What do we got here? Where are we? Okay. So I am going to show a little bit of this until this is a mother. So sorry, this is again the mother who was accused of unaliving her 6-year-old son and leaving his remains in the woods. And defense opening statements. Let's go. Good time to review while we're waiting for them.
Timberland boots.
Timberland boots.
Double knotted. Dressed appropriate for the weather. No cavities. These are the observations of DeKalb County Police and DeKalb County medical examiners when they found William in February of 1999. I'm Sam Welty. My co-counsel is Ryan Bozarth, and we have the privilege of representing Miss Teresa Black in this case.
Oh, the privilege.
After all the evidence is presented, it will be clear to you that William was not neglected, he was not abused by his mother. I want to introduce you to Miss Black. I'm going to call her Teresa. She is 46 years.
So yeah, we'll just go through this. It is the opening statements for the defense in the Teresa Black trial. So while we're waiting for the court, we will get a refresher. And for me, I basically, like I said, yesterday was the first time I really looked at this case. And it's harsh. She needs to go to the Hooskow.
Years old. She has an 18-year-old daughter that loves her very much. She has a partner who she has lived with for many years, and they all live in Arizona together. She's been with the same company for the past 12 years, and she works very hard there. She's a good employee.
None of this matters, in my opinion.
Teresa has had a difficult life.
Haven't we all?
She had William when she was 15, 2 weeks after her 15th birthday.
Wow. I had no idea.
When she turned 18, her mother passed away tragically. Now,
So none of this, as we're listening to this, like none of this is William's fault, right? This is on her. This is all on her.
her mother was her support system. Her mother was
nothing from the court
support system. That was a tragic blow to that family, that Teresa's mother passed away when she was only 18 years old with a 3-year-old son. William's father really wasn't in the picture much. He didn't really contribute financially. So it was at that point, when she was 18 in Charlotte, it was Teresa and William fending for themselves. Right around when Teresa turned 21 and William was 6, Teresa lost her job in Charlotte. and she couldn't find work right away. It was tough. Like I said, it was her and William on their own.
Well, not William's fault.
So she made a decision. And that decision was to move to Atlanta, to seek opportunity, to seek a job, to seek work. So
Well,
she could
good
support
on her.
Son, because that was the only choice that she had. Now, she'll tell you herself that 20-year-old decision, it may have been a naive one. She didn't know people here. She didn't have a job opportunity right away. She didn't know the city well. But that decision was the best decision she knew to make to find work. She thought she was going to find work here.
You guys, we're literally almost 15 minutes late in the courtroom. So just to let you know, I know I've got it up there, but we're waiting on the court.
She brought a few $100s with her for hotel rooms, and that's where they stayed for about a week. For about a week, they're in hotel rooms, but that money ran out quickly, and like many families, then and now, they fell into a cycle of homelessness. It was
Scratch your way out of that
her and
crap.
William on the street, asking folks for money, asking folks for food. They would take the MARTA bus during the day just to have something
So
to
somehow
do,
she
to
felt
stay
leaving
warm.
him
We're
in
talking the
the
winter of
custody of a homeless
1998
person.
going
Way to
into
go.
1999.
Brutal.
This was tough, but she was doing her best with what she had. They could stay in shelters sometimes, but as I'm sure you understand, shelters fill up. That was not an option for them. So what they would do,
This literally, for me, is hard to listen to due to the fact that there is absolutely no reason to not take care of your child. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what your situation is as far as home and what have you. If you can't do it, figure it out. And that is not leaving a 6-year-old in the woods to,
once they got a better landscape of the city, they got to know the MARTA bus route well. And they would find quiet places to sleep, not near bus stops. They'd get off at
All righty, the court is back. There we go, friends. We're on. There we are. Let's do this. 2 hours each, guys. Yeah, that was hard to listen to anyways.
It's, no, I just need to do this. Okay. I'll just leave mine up. Mark, that way you can
You guys don't forget to subscribe, like, and share, and hit that bell. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. It's very, very important to me and the channel. Okay. We have movement in the courthouse. Let me know what you guys think, even before we know these closing arguments, before we've got any kind of info from either side. From what you guys know, what would you at this point think? Ah, good day, friend. Good day. Wow. I apologize for my my dog. I'm gonna try and fix this. Is that a bit better? It doesn't look like I'm just sitting. Do you have a good New Year's, Douglas? So they literally were, it was almost an hour late to get this going. And like I was saying, 2 hours each side gets for the closing arguments, and then it goes to the jury. State of Georgia versus Teresa Black. So with that question, I don't believe there is any kind of innocence here. I just cannot. I mean, the woman was telling everybody for 23 years that that guy was alive. When I say guy, they're saying that he was, what, almost 30 years old, and she was asking, I guess, other people to pretend that that was him. And then she went to the ex-husband and wanted child support when he wasn't even, and she knew it. He wasn't alive. Yeah, it's nearly 2 a.m. there. Just thought I'd pop in and say hi. Thank you. Thank you very much, friend. Yeah, it's very quiet.
All right, you ready?
Very quiet. Early start.
We're all connected. Let's go ahead and bring jurors out.
The court started late, so we sat here for almost an hour waiting for things to kick in. We looked at a couple of videos. We read a couple of articles. Sounds like the jury is coming in. Wonder what the delay was. I mean, it could have been anything from a juror to they had to work out some more things for the jury instructions after this part's over and they go. They always get instructions. They get all of the exhibits. Basically, they get to go through everything to make their decision. So maybe they were getting some of that ready. And last night when we watched after the jury left, like I say, there seemed to be some confusion going on, which surprised me. Okay, that sounds great, Douglas. Thanks for stopping by, friend. Go get some sleep or your woman gets you. Catches you at the computer at 2 a.m. I appreciate you, Douglas. I don't know. I'm using StreamYard again. So you guys will have to let me know if you're getting your notifications on when I'm using this platform. Well, hello, Dandy. Do you know what? We've sat here for the last hour waiting for court to start. You have not missed a damn thing. I was just saying we looked at a couple articles, watched a little bit of opening statements, the defense, and then the stream started, but nothing has started as far as the court goes. Sounds like they were just bringing in the jury. Again, they get 2 hours each side. And then it goes to the jury. I'm going to be interested to see how long this takes and what they come up with, because like I said, it's 23 years old. And the doctor, the last one on the stand yesterday, was she the last one? Anyways, the doctor, she did, I think, more harm than anything else as far as her testimony. She had nothing to add. It was like verbal diarrhea, in my personal opinion. Yeah, everybody's having a good sleep today.
You all can have a seat.
Okay, here we go. Come on, come on.
I know that
That's what I said earlier, Dan. That's exactly what I said earlier. Like, okay, good luck with that.
Including me. But we're here and we are ready to go forward. Ms. Hodder, you have the opening and concluding portions of the argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may begin.
Here we go, closing arguments. Finally.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I want to first thank you all for your time. You have been very attentive during this trial.
Can you hear everything okay?
And we were very observant in watching you take your notes. So I wanted to first thank you for your time. When the state first began this case, when the state first talked about the human remains that were discovered near the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road in a wooded area in Atlanta, Georgia, DeKalb County, we referred to those remains as child doe. During the evidence, you heard that these remains were stored in the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's office for over 20 years. And at some point in time, Dr. Gowett and his colleagues gave these remains a name.
Yesterday,
and called them Dennis. Because there were so many people coming to the medical examiner's office to review these remains in hopes of trying to discover who these remains belong to. So they named him Dennis. And then you also heard during this trial that these remains did in fact have a name. That these remains mattered to some people. And that these remains were sought after by individuals who loved him, who was steadfast in trying to find his location. And through the work and the love of Ava, we were able to determine the names of these remains were William Deshaun Hamilton.
I want to see that
These
interview.
remains had a name.
And that testimony.
These remains were loved, were cared for. And we want to make sure that these remains will be now known as William Deshaun Hamilton. We want to give him that respect that he deserves.
Yep.
And the respect that is warranted. You see, there were individuals that loved him. But there was one individual that failed him. and she failed him miserably. And it was the one individual that was supposed to love him unconditionally. And instead, she discarded him as if he was trash and left him in a wooded area to slowly decompose to the point where no one is able to discover who he was for over 23 years.
Brutal, brutal.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened here. And when we all first spoke with you during jury selection, we told you that this defendant was presumed innocent unless until proven guilty, right? And I'm going to get to that, but I wanted to make sure that this is the individual we're going to talk about today. This is the individual, William Deshaun Hamilton, that was left in the woods. This individual is the reason why this defendant is standing before you today.
What a little
Innocent unless and until it is proven guilty. And that presumption is only there until it is overcome by evidence. Evidence that you heard from the witness stand, evidence that you heard through exhibits, through videos. Once that presumption is overcome by evidence, then they are no longer presumed innocent. That is done. It is gone. The state has the burden of proof in this case. And that's a burden that we take on. We have the highest burden of proof within our judicial system.
Yeah.
And we have to prove each and every material allegation of this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is reasonable doubt? That's important. The burden is important in this case because it tells you how you can review the evidence and make decisions based off of the evidence. So let me tell you what reasonable doubt is. It actually sounds as ironically as it says. A doubt for which a reason can be given. It's based off your common sense and reason. So during jury selection, we were telling you, we understand that your experiences cannot be left outside. Your experiences make you who you are, and it helps you to learn what is common sense and what is not. So we didn't expect you to leave your outside experiences at the door. We expect you to use those experiences so you can be able to make inferences and reasonable deductions when you are reviewing the evidence. What reasonable doubt is not, it is not any possibility. There are millions of possibilities that anyone can come up with. The question is whether or not there is a doubt that is reasonable that goes to the essential elements of the crime to which the state has to prove. It is not vague and is not arbitrary, and I do not have to prove to a mathematical certainty. I don't have to say this is 100% guilty, this is 99% guilty. That is not how reasonable doubt works. It's not to a mathematical certainty. Your job as jurors is to not search for doubt. We asked you during jury selection, can you be fair? Can you be impartial?
That's how I feel too.
Because that is what a juror is a fair and impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth as to what happened to William between December 1st, 1998 and February 26, 1999. That is your duty, and that's what the state is calling upon you to decide in an impartial and a fair manner.
Stare down with Lizzie, the cookie fight.
Between December 1st, 1998 and February 26, 1999. So I want to ask you, when we speak about reasonable doubt, let's think about it this way. Is it reasonable that this defendant, who knew something was wrong with her son William for a few days, who observed the following symptoms of her son over a few days: lethargic, weak, tired, gagging, didn't want to talk, didn't want to walk, didn't want to do anything. Is it reasonable for a parent to see these symptoms for a few days and not seek medical attention?
Right?
I submit to you the answer is not. Parent may see one symptom, maybe two, but you have 7 different symptoms up here that this child is experiencing over a period of few days, and that came from this defendant's mouth. And she failed to seek medical attention. And because of that, William is...
Who does that? Like, really, who does that?
The state also has to prove venue. Venue is the location where we can say the crime happened. We're here, venue is DeKalb County. We have to prove that this case, that venue relies in DeKalb County. I want to let you know that if a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the dead body was discovered. I submit to you, and I'm going to say it now, that the state does not believe that William Hamilton died in that wooded area and laid there for decomposition. I submit to you that William was driven there and dumped in the woods with his Timberland boots on, double knotted as defense counsel stated, and left there. We know he didn't sleep there from a plethora of reasons, but one that was very, very important was that canned bottle that had his shoe imprint in the wooded area. Is it common sense to believe that he slept on that canned bottle when he went to sleep that night? Because the intention of the canned bottle was that of his food. I submit to you that if he slept there, meaning that Teresa, this defendant, and William got off a bus and they walked to a location in the wooded area to get off the street and slept on pine straw during the cold, when she previously advised you that she slept on park benches, that she slept in the park and at bus stops, she's not going to go to a wooded area full of pine straw to go to sleep. And William's leg is not going to be so comfortable that his boot is sitting on a can while he's resting. So I submit to you that this body was dumped in this wooded area in our jurisdiction in DeKalb County, and that is where venue lies.
Wow.
There's also another portion of venue that we have to prove as well. In any case in which it cannot be determined in what county a certain crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. So I want to talk to you about, I'm going to touch on briefly and I'm going to come back to it, but concealment of it, right? She concealed it and she lied about it.
That's been a big issue for the defense.
She placed the body in a wooded area. She told you she either took a jacket or a sweater and she laid it on top of him, covering up his body, concealing. And then she lied about it. She lied about it continuously over and over and over again. And the lie started at the very beginning. The lie started when she made that phone call to Ava from a payphone. And I submit to you that during her statement, she stated when she got here, she was living in the Decatur area. She used a payphone, and she stated that William was in a room with friends.
Lie after lie after lie.
But she told you all through her statement that she lived in the Decatur area, which is in DeKalb County. There's no area outside of Decatur, Georgia that is not located in DeKalb County. And she told Ava a lie. She told Ava, oh, William, he's in the room with my friends. She just got to Atlanta. What friends she got? She don't know nobody.
Good point.
William did. And at that moment, she told a lie, starting a cycle of lies and continued the lies for decades.
Decades.
I began in DeKalb. So I have to prove that venue lies in DeKalb in reference to that charge as well. And I want to go ahead and kind of give you all a preview of that information as we progress on through the closing argument. So here's the location where William was found. And you heard from multiple witnesses that the body was located somewhere along this wooded area. There's a path, and you can actually see a vehicle right here. There's a path in which cars can travel within that wooded area. And here is an entire cemetery
Okay.
that the defendant never saw when she told you all she slept there. And then she stayed there for a day or two watching over William as he lied there dead. She never knew
Brutal.
there was an entire cemetery there. And you telling this jury that you've been there for over 24 hours watching your dead son.
Unreal. Oh my God.
So then, let's talk about her intent. I want to be clear. In order for the state to prove intent, which we have to do, I want the jurors to know that it may be inferred from proven circumstances by any acts or conduct. I can prove this defendant's intent through her actions, through her conduct.
There is so much information. I mean, I know it's not DNA, well, to show any kind of injury or what have you, right? But I mean, to me, circumstantial evidence is equally as strong. I hope the jury feels the same.
And in your discretion, you can also infer logical conclusions about her acts or conduct, and you can look at it and see if her acts or conduct results in a natural and necessary consequences of those acts. So, for example, this defendant gives her child some medicine, some acetaminophen and diphenhydramine, because there may be issues going on or because she needs him to sleep. And then he began to exhibit symptoms from these drugs. And she tells you in her statement, I will give him anything I can find. She subsequently over-medicates him. You can draw the logical conclusion that that medication that was also found in his skeletal tissue, coupled with her statement that she gave him the drugs, without seeking medical attention, you can infer that the logical result of that conduct can result in death. Criminal intent does not mean the intention to violate the law. We don't have to prove that she intended to kill William. We only have to prove that her actions were prohibited by law. And her actions in her failing to seek medical attention for her son, knowing that he has these symptoms that he has been exhibiting in her care for a few days and failed to get attention, When
Unreal.
she is now dealing with something that's outside her expertise, right? When you're sick, you got a cold, you'll take some medicine. And hopefully you'll take the prescribed dosage as notated on the medication.
Especially when you're dealing with
But
a
if you
child.
don't get better, you don't continue to take the medicine. And as you continue to deteriorate, you won't not go to the doctor or seek any kind of medical attention to get better. That's unreasonable. Especially when you're 6 years old and you can't do it yourself. You have to depend on the person who took you from your family, who uprooted you, moved you to a new state, and that is the only person that you got to depend on. So at 6, he can't do it himself. And so this
He's
defendant,
6 years old.
who is his parent,
Like, what?
has the obligation to make sure the safety and welfare of her son is accounted for.
Agreed.
And by doing so, when things of this nature happen, you need to seek medical attention. And if you fail to do so, the natural and necessary consequence of that action can result in death. You heard of testimony from several doctors that at any point in time, when these medicines are in the system and there's a level where it becomes toxic, you can get medical care and you can live. But if you fail to do so, the consequence of your actions can result in death. So I don't have to prove that she intended to kill him, but I have to prove that she intended to not get him medical attention. She intended to not get him medical attention because she didn't. She intended to give him medicine. She continued to give him medicine, and he obtained a level of toxicity to the point where it caused his death. Intention, proven. She gave him medicine, it's in his system. She didn't seek medical attention, she told you that. Those are the 2 acts that I need to prove in reference to this defendant, not that she intended to kill. Witnesses came on this stand, and it's your job to observe their credibility. When observing their credibility, you have to gauge their manner, how they testify, their interest or lack thereof in this case, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature and the facts about which they testify.
It's horrible, Dandy. Like,
The
unreal.
probability or improbability of their testimony. And their
So against
credibility.
nature, I will never understand these
This
people.
incident
Ever.
happened in 1999. Ava came to you all and took the stand. What did she gain from it by taking the stand? What did she gain from it by telling you what she knew? She told you several things, plenty of things about this case. William Hamilton, he testified. He told you, I tried to see my son on many occasions. She wouldn't let me. She even put a gun out on me when I came to see my son. I just wanted to see my son. I wanted him to be a part of my life, my family's life. His grandmother Margaret told you, I love my grandbaby. I would have done anything for him. I would have taken care of him if given the opportunity. I took care of 6 of my grandchildren at one time. What did they have to gain from their testimony other than just telling you the truth? What do they get the benefit just by coming here and speaking to you? And if you determine that these individuals are credible, then you can believe what they say.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
And I want to be very clear that
I couldn't even get
Whenever
licking.
one witness
Wow.
testifies and you believe them, that establishes a fact. The state does not have to prove or corroborate any witness statement. If you determine the facts from one witness and one witness alone to be the truth or to be a fact in this case, and that's it. I don't have to corroborate any additional facts to make it true. So when Ava told you that she met Teresa in 1995 and they hung out every single day, got up in the morning, smoked a little weed before they went to work, got off work, she played with William every day. And then Teresa ups and leaves and comes to Atlanta, Georgia. She calls her one time and never calls her again. One time in Atlanta and never calls her again. That is a fact. And that's a very, very important fact. Because when you are best friends with someone and you talk to them every single day, and that best friend loves your child, and it's unquestioned, undisputed how much Ava loved that child. She loved him so much that she was the only one who fought for him, and they weren't even biologically connected.
Thank God for Ava.
Teresa trusted Ava around her child. Ava asked every day, where's my baby? How my baby doing? Even when she witnessed this defendant abuse her child, she told you on 2 different occasions.
Report her. It should have been reported.
One time.
What?
And then the second time when he didn't like her food, she threw him across the room.
What?
Those facts were given to you by Ava.
Oh my God.
If you determine those facts to be true, then they are facts, and that is enough. Evidence. So there are 2 kinds of evidence, and it's very important. One does not outweigh the other. They are weighed equal. You have direct evidence, and then you have circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is what you heard from the witness stand. Exhibits. Things you can see. Things you can hear. Videos. Interviews. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is a proof or set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. Jurors, you are allowed to make logical inferences based off the facts that you learned in this case. Inference number 1. Gary Harris, individual who lived on Clifton Springs Road, who worked night shifts, staying at his brother's house, came here after the Olympics. He was resting in his bedroom because he lives with his brother at the time, and he was sleeping in his nephew's room. He hears something around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. He hears a door. He looks out of the window, sees the inside of the car light on, and sees another door closed. And then it drives off. And he tells you that was so odd because nobody is out in the woods at 4 o'clock in the morning over in this area. It's cold. And it's so cold that the next day he wanted to go investigate and see what was going on, but never went out there. And then subsequently, the news came on and the remains were found in that wooded area. You can make logical conclusions.
It's heartbreaking.
That based off that series of facts, that it was highly probable and highly likely that's when William's body was getting dumped in the woods. You have the ability to make those inferences through.
Sounds about right.
There is no legal difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. The law does not require any higher or greater degree of certainty on the part of the jury to return a verdict based upon circumstantial evidence than upon direct evidence. You can base this whole entire case off circumstantial evidence, and you you can find this defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You see, the test is whether there is sufficient evidence or whether evidence is sufficiently convincing to satisfy you that the elements the material elements of each additional count have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Whether it be direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, it doesn't matter. It's evidence. There is no rule that either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence is stronger than the other if conflicting. The comparative weight of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence on any given issue is a question of fact. And that question of facts lies with the jury. There are 6 counts in the indictment. These counts form the issues to which you are to decide here today. You have count 1, felony murder, which is count 1 as well as count 3. Count 2 and 4 are cruelty to children. Count 5 is aggravated assault, and count 6 is concealment of death. I want to speak with you first in reference to count 1, felony murder. There are 2 ways the state of Georgia charges murder. Right? You have malice murder, which is not being charged here today, and you have felony murder. Now, malice murder is the typical murder that everyone knows. A person who commits malice murder has the intent to kill. They pick up a gun, they point it, fire, pow, shoots an individual, they die. Or they take a knife and they deliberately stab an individual.
They're not showing the defense table.
They have the intent to kill. And that is
prosecutors, I guess.
Felony murder is totally different. It's not that, and that's not what we have charged this defendant. Felony murder.
It's always nice to see their reaction.
When someone causes the death of another person by committing a felony. You commit a felony, and as a result of that felony, someone dies. So count 1 is charged that this defendant did commit the death of William Hamilton, a human being, by failing to seek medical treatment for Will. The failing to seek medical treatment for William is the basis of the cruelty to children count. So that is the felony. So the cruelty to children committed a crime ultimately resulting in the death of William. Count 2.
Like I said, that circumstantial evidence, it tells me the entire story. You know, I don't need to know a whole lot more in my mind. I know everybody's going to have different opinions on this, but I don't think there's too many other things that could have happened other than his mother being responsible. I just don't see it.
To the children, just to reiterate, did maliciously cause William Hamilton, her child, cruel or excessive physical or mental pain by failing to seek medical treatment for William Hamilton. The essential elements of cruelty to children are as follows. Maliciously caused, cruel or excessive, physical or mental pain to a child under the age of 18. Count 3 is also felony murder.
It's a special
And
place
count
in hell
3
for these
is that
people.
this defendant did cause the death of William Hamilton, a human being, by administering a substance or substances containing diphenhydramine and acetamide.
Thanks
Also
for being
known
here,
as
Dandy. I appreciate it.
Benadryl and Tylenol. Again, for felony murder, cause the death of another by committing a felony. The felony in count 3 is also cruelty to children, but it's a different count. Right? It is count 4. Did cause cruel or excessive physical or mental pain by administering a substance or substances containing diphenhydramine and acetaminophen. So, I want to speak with you in reference to maliciously caused. Because malicious seems like a really, oh man, I maliciously attacked someone.
She said
that is not the
punched
legal
him.
jargon or the legal definition.
Ah, threw him across the room.
Malicious is not
Oh my
ill will,
God,
it is
man.
not hatred. We're not saying that she hated Will. Disconnected, sure. Love, questionable. We're not stating that it was ill will or hatred. Malice is the intent to cause pain without justification or excuse. Willfully doing an act while aware of the strong likelihood that pain may result. Dr. Jackson told you all that he was a toxicologist, that he received 2 samples of skeletal muscle from DeKalb County Medical Examiner's offices, and he tested that muscle for any therapeutic and illicit drugs. And during his test, he discovered that it was 93 micrograms per gram of acetaminophen and 2,000 nanograms of diphenhydramine. It is clear that those drugs were in Williams' system, and Dr. Jackson told you that they were administered at least shortly before death. He cannot tell you the dosage, whether it was a lethal amount of dosage or a level of toxicity, given the fact that he only had that sample. He didn't have any other factors. He was not aware of any symptoms the victim was experiencing at the time. So we know for sure.
Like I said, special place in hell for these
was
people.
in this defendant's care, and those drugs were in his system. You can now infer that this defendant gave him those drugs, knowing that he is now experiencing these symptoms. She continues to give the drugs, and she tells you that he can't walk, that he can't talk. When someone can't walk and can't talk, it is logical for you to infer that that is painful. And it then carry on for a few days. It becomes cruel. That is malice. The fact that she gave these drugs, observed these symptoms, and allow him to continue to suffer, that is the maliciousness of the cruelty to children account.
It's just cruel, plain and simple. In many areas,
He suffers continuously without getting the
all
medical
areas.
attention. That is cruel or excessive. I don't have to prove both. I just have to prove one or the other, cruel or excessive. So however you determine it, whether it be cruel that a 6-year-old suffers continuously and continues to exhibit these symptoms that his mother sees.
I was paranoid to give my son any kind of
That's for you to
medication.
decide.
So how does a
For a
person?
person who can't walk, who can't talk, who is gagging,
Ah,
doesn't want to do anything. It's physical pain. And William was
Oh,
6
just
years
makes
old
some
at the time.
person mad. Ooh-la.
Those are the elements, the essential elements that the state has to prove, and the state has proven to you in reference to the cruelty to children count. And because he dies as a result of the diphenhydramine and acetaminophen in his system,
Jesus,
that's how we get to felony murder. He dies because he has these drugs in his system. He's exhibiting these symptoms, and this defendant doesn't get him medical treatment. And because of that, he dies. That's how we get to the other felony murder.
Just unreal.
Count 5 is aggravated assault. This is the count where the state feels they have proven beyond circumstantial evidence that this defendant assaulted William with an offensive weapon. Offensive weapon can be anything. It's unknown to us at what type of weapon was used. But I submit to you this. It's undisputed that William had a fracture in his zygomatic bone. Dr. Gallo referred to it as the jawbone. So I'm gonna refer to it.
I also thought there was another injury to the skull. Maybe I was mistaken.
The jawbone is fractured. And each and every medical expert that came into this courtroom and testified tells you that it is a possibility that that fracture could have been a result of blunt force trauma. No one could rule it out, not even a defendant's expert. In fact,
The bothersome thing is that people are saying that she has punched him and thrown him across rooms.
What was also telling about that same fracture is that there were no gnawing marks, no scratch marks, no clawing marks from animal scavengers. There were on other parts of William's skeletal bones, but none where that fracture was. And that was very important. That was very important information provided by the anthropologist, that there was no gnawing, no scratching of that part of the bone. So therefore, we submit to you that bone being fractured was not a result of animal scavenging. Ava told you, as she watched her interaction with Teresa and William while they were together every day, seemed to be a disconnection. This defendant was not connected to William.
I wish they were showing the defense table.
Where she struck him.
Yeah.
She punched him.
Yep.
And then she pushed him one time just because he didn't even like what she cooked. And this was before he died. And he died.
Oh my word. I'm going to love to see what the defense has to say because.
And she hit a kid.
No.
Who was no older than 6 years old because he didn't like her food. Margaret Hamilton told you that there was a period in time when this defendant was not around William. And when she came back into his life, she had some concerns. She had concerns about the welfare of William. And that is telling. You know what is also telling to me? That I hope you all recognize as well? Throughout everything you heard from this defendant's statement to that witness stand, I never heard anything, including her statement, that she loved Wood. She never said it. Not once.
Brutal.
She was concerned about herself and saying, I didn't do anything
I'd
wrong.
still be mourning. I 23 years later, I would still be mourning.
I submit to you, she may have struck him, just like she did on the previous occasion.
That's what I think too.
Caused that fracture. He's sick.
Brutal.
He dies. She has something to hide. Dumps the body in a wooded area, in a location that she's not familiar with, not known to be around. She got off. And what's even more ironic about the disconnection between her and William is that on his first birthday after his death, she was at the DMV getting an ID card. The
was what?
The first birthday of William's murder, she is getting her ID card down at the DMV. That's the level of disconnection this mother had for her son William. The last count on this indictment is concealing the death of another. What the state has to prove is that this defendant concealed the death of another person, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. We charge this count in two ways. You see here it says, did unlawfully conceal the death of William Hamilton, which hindered the discovery of whether William Hamilton was unlawfully killed by leaving the body of William Hamilton in a wooded area and about lying about his whereabouts. The law's a little funny, right? Let me tell you about that little word "and" in that indictment. You see, it really reads "and" or. And means or. Right? I don't have to prove both. I just have to prove one or the other. I have to prove that she concealed his death by either leaving the body in a wooded area or by lying about it.
Yeah, I don't know how the defense is going to be able to
but I still just want you
explain any of this, to be honest with you.
Explain it a little bit to you. Leaving the body in a wooded area. She tells you herself, I left him in a wooded area. Off the street, we walked up. She tell you he was sleeping for the night there. I humbly disagree.
Whatever.
But nevertheless, she laid him in a wooded area. She also told you that she either took a jacket or a sweater and she covered him up. That is very important because now you're covering up the body, further concealing the death of the remains. And it's in her statement. And if you didn't hear it, you have every opportunity to ask, to listen to it again. That's totally your option. If you need to hear it, just let us know. We will happily play it for you. We don't have to play the entire portion of the interview. We can only play whatever part you need to hear. But this defendant told you that she laid that jacket or sweater, either it was hers or something William had, laid it on top. Wooded area in a location where she's not familiar with, nowhere near William is from, no family nearby, and she left. And that body laid there until it was discovered by Mr. Parker and Mr. Carter, the two grave diggers, on February 26, 1999.
Brutal.
She also lied about it. I'm gonna tell you again the conversation she had with Ava. When she got to Atlanta, Ava told you all it was roughly about a week. A few days had passed. She felt she was at a payphone because she could hear the change dropping. And at that time, Ava knew William wasn't with her. And this defendant also confirmed that by saying he's in the room with my friends. And then Ava never heard from her again until she ran into her in Charlotte. At this time, William is long dead. William was dead when that conversation was made. Because, think about this. Your best friend, you talk to every day, at your house, every day. And in an instant, no contact. No.
I mean, personally guilty.
Logical inference in that.
Oh my God. What the mother hell?
Love William. Asked about William on that phone.
I mean, it makes you feel ill.
She couldn't stomach it. She didn't call anymore. Either way you put it, whether you consider it.
I was one of those paranoid moms. I had my kid at the doctor every couple of weeks until he was 5.
Leaving him there for the maggots.
What's this? What's that? How come this is happening?
And then lying to
Like,
Ava.
unreal. This is so against
Continuously
nature.
lying to Ava because Ava continuously asked, where was William? She never let up, and thank God she didn't, because now we can get the respect and justice that he truly deserves.
I sure freaking hope so.
We would have never figured out who he was, and she would have been successful in concealing
Thank
her
God
death.
for Ava.
By the time law enforcement found the body, it's fully decomposed, we couldn't even tell if it was a boy or a girl. We couldn't even tell the color, nationality, nothing. We don't even make assumptions because he had on some Timberland boots that were double knotted and some boys' underwear. Ladies and gentlemen, quite honestly, that's almost how you conceal a death. But for the fact that you have a best friend who just so happens to love your child more than you.
The defense, in my personal opinion, is just
Ladies and gentlemen,
ridiculous.
I'm getting ready to sit down for a second, and then defense counsel is going to come up here.
Oh, whoa.
I'm going to suggest that he's going to tell you that this may have been an unfortunate mishap. That this defendant was young. That she didn't know what to do.
That was fast. Faster than I expected.
But I disagree. She made a conscious decision in every action and in her conduct.
Yes.
She made a conscious decision to leave Charlotte with no family here in Georgia at 18 years of age, got on a bus and brought William here when there were multiple people more than willing to care for William until she got on her feet. But she didn't want that. She didn't want them. She didn't want William with.
How's the defense going to try and dig themselves out of this? Like, that's going to be an
And one of the
uphill
reasons
battle.
was because William Sr. had another child that he just so happened to name Deshaun.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, what is that?
She gets here. She gets a job at Pleaser stripping. And she takes all kind of drugs under the sun, whatever they give her. Marijuana, whatever's in the pills, cocaine, didn't matter. She took. And she has a 6-year-old son here with her. She then begins to medicate him. He gets sick. And she made a conscious decision to continue giving him medication.
Yeah.
She makes a conscious decision to not get him help when he so desperately needed it. Those are not mishaps.
Nope.
Those aren't, oh my goodness, I knew something was wrong and I didn't do it, but I shouldn't be held responsible. No.
Own up to your stuff.
She is responsible. And she needs to be held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And my co-counsel is going to come up here after the defendant gives you his closing arguments. And she's going to give the final remarks. And she's going to ask you to do what justice requires. And she's going to ask you to return a verdict of guilty in all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a very, very quick break just to switch over the electronics. So if we step back to the jury room, we'll break right back.
I can't believe it. That was, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Like, that was fast. So can you imagine how fast the defense is going to be? Because I don't know how they can dig themselves out of this. I mean, she literally, this stuff is proven to be in his system. She admits going, camping or sleeping in the woods for the night. I mean, how are you going to dig yourself out of this? And then they're saying that she was punching him and throwing him through, not through, but across rooms. It's like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. No. Why do I do that? I don't even know. Every time. Here we go.
There's other things too. That he was dirty when some people bathed him. Or that he was a bedwetter and some mornings he didn't have a bath before going to the babysitter's house. Are these things evidence of murder? If they are, the headlines should read, "Mother convicted of murder for not giving her child Halloween candy." That's ridiculous. We all know
You're
that's
ridiculous. I
These
judge
things
thee.
are not evidence.
I judge thee.
But it's all the state has. So they hope if we pile enough of it together that, sure, one thing's not enough, but also somebody said his feet stunk sometimes. So when you add that in, they want this web to now say, see, we told you. See how she was as a mother? Now they need you to make a leap that she's a cold-blooded murderer.
I was not a leap
That's
from
ridiculous.
the stuff we just listened to. In my opinion.
Ava said that she was with Teresa and William every day for 4 years. She never said she saw physical abuse. And we need to talk about this. She said that she saw nothing
Thrown across the
that would
room.
make you think she would hurt him. The state says that the Charlotte witnesses can tell you the state of the relationship between William and Teresa. That's the state of the relationship. The person who was there every day said she never displayed anything that would make you think that she would hurt him. That's the state of the relationship.
Because
The two times that
people
she was
all the
remotely
time
rough
show
with
that
him.
kind of stuff and tell their
The
friends
state
that kind of
just told you what Ava said. And it's up to you to remember what Ava said. The state used the words abuse, punch, threw, and struck.
Yep.
That's not what Ava said.
Oh?
Ava said once she kind of shoved him in the chest, but it didn't hurt him. And another time she pushed him in the chair, but that didn't hurt him either. She said she didn't call defects, despite knowing she could, because it wasn't serious like that. She did not have a concern about her being violent to him. But the state just sat here, right where I'm standing now, and Miss Jackson told you that that was proof of abuse, and that she punched him and struck him and threw him.
That's
They
fair.
lied to you. That is not what Ava said. But they need it to be. Because a mom,
I don't know, this guy bugs me.
97, who pushes their child in the chest when he makes a complaint about what's for dinner, does not get you to where they need you to be.
But you don't
It
touch
doesn't
them
get
with a
you to
freaking hand
that's
on
the
your
same type of
children.
woman that would come to DeKalb County and murder her child in cold blood. We all know that's true. So they need it to be abuse. They need it to be struck. They need it to be hit and through. But that's not what Ava said. She said that both of those instances were not a big deal and were not serious. She didn't even tell you that she spanked William or that she whipped him or hit him or anything like that. Nothing.
I think she's got a temper.
No one ever told you, despite other people saying that they bathed William, they ever saw any marks on his body, because there were none. Ava told you what else she saw in the 4 years that she knew William. She saw William's father once. In the 4 years she knew William, she saw William's father once. We heard about Teresa being angry when William's father's family dropped him off late. Of course she was angry. William's father has no involvement in his life. Teresa sets boundaries and rules, and they get broken. William's grandmother, Margaret Hamilton, she said she thought it was because it was a school night and Teresa wanted them home early. Either way, whether you think Teresa was justified or not in her emotions or how she felt,
Brutal.
is that evidence of murder? Of course it isn't. And taken with everything else, it still doesn't add up to the leap that they need you to make.
Circumstantial evidence, like I said, means a lot.
The state brought you witness after witness that will say, I would have taken William if she had asked.
Growing up, there was no DNA. All these cases were circumstantial for the most part.
I still don't know why.
You got the bad guys.
They kept trying to insist that because it cuts against their theory. If Teresa didn't want to be a mother anymore, why not give him up? Why not give him up to family that has watched him before? If her whole thing is she wanted to be
Would
rid
have
of
been
him,
better than what she did.
and she wanted that
Allegedly,
so badly to not
my
be a mother
opinion.
anymore, why not just give him to a family member? It's because it's not true. Teresa didn't want to be rid of him. Teresa did want to be a mother. She was moving to Georgia, and she brought him with him because that's her son.
Did she though? Did she
We heard
though?
from several other people from Charlotte. First one was Miles Boyce, that I want to talk about next. The guy that drove her to the bus station. He says that they were friends. Teresa came over to his house several times. Let William go over and play with his sons. No abuse, no concerns, no isolation of William. This is the state of their relationship in Charlotte. Montequellian Davis, the babysitter, she said William was dirty when he lived with his grandparents. This was before Teresa's mother passed away. That's what she said. She said Teresa would let William come over for the weekend. When Miss Davis asked if William could come over, Teresa never said no. No physical
makes
abuse,
sense.
no neglect, no concerns. That is
Get
the
him out of the
state
house,
of William
bro.
and Teresa's relationship. Finally, Wanda Hamilton. She said
That's
that
a night
Teresa
out
would
for
reach out
her.
for help, and they would help her. She wasn't isolating him. No abuse, no neglect, no concerns. That is the state of their relationship when they were in Charlotte. That's the real state of the relationship. And that is what the state wants you to base your verdict off of. The state wants to make it look like William was a happy-go-lucky child before Teresa came back into town. When Teresa got in his life, he was quiet and sullen. And that's not backed up by the timeline or the evidence in this case. Witnesses have said that. And I think that goes to show the filter and the warped view and the bias they have against Teresa. Because we have evidence from Ava. She was there for 4 years with him. William passed away when he was 6. So we're talking 2.5 on. She's there from then. The beautiful child that Ava knew, Teresa was his mother. The child that liked to laugh and play with trucks, she raised him. The child that could read an encyclopedia at 5, that is her kid. Ava's of William all happened while he was living with her. She didn't come back to his life and he shut down. That's not what Ava told you. I'd like to talk about the father, William Hamilton. He wanted to get on the stand and act like all of his absences as a father were because of Teresa. Said that he was available to take William when Teresa went to Atlanta. That's what he said. And that's not true. The judge
did
told
William
you
make it
exactly
to
when
Atlanta?
he wasn't available. He wasn't available from October 14th of 1998 through March 3rd of 1999. The exact same time frame we're talking about in this case. When Teresa went to Atlanta, 2 months before she left, he is not available to help. He's never been available to help. He then started talking about child support. He sat on the stand under oath and told you that Teresa was taking out child support payments from his check after William had passed away. We then heard his statement. And we learned he just sat there and lied. His statement was to the same DeKalb district attorney, the investigators that came to talk to him said, yeah, she tried to get child support from me, but it didn't do any good. I didn't have any money. So it's taken a leap from 2022 to 2024. Now it's that she was getting money. This whole thing is a lie. The state found a manager from a burned down strip club in Atlanta, Georgia, to come talk to you. They brought you school records from William from North Carolina from 1998. They found a responding officer, Mr. Gaskew, who hasn't been a cop for 20 years. If Teresa filed for child support after William passed away, that would have been the first piece of evidence they brought. Either from the clerk of court, from William Hamilton's bank records. They would have moved heaven and earth to get that evidence. It doesn't exist because it is all a lie. He then said that one time, because he always tried to go see his son, one time he got there and Teresa pulled a gun on him. That's a lie too. Because if you want your son, and you want visitation with your son, and you want contact or custody of your son, and the child's mother has now pulled a gun on you, you call the police. That's how you get access to your son. You say, hey, his mother's not letting me around, and now she's pulling guns on me. I'm just trying to be a good father. He didn't call the police because that didn't happen. He just made it up. He seems like, and I'll grant him this, he seems like he may have gotten...
So they're just saying everybody's lied?
He seems to...
That's what he's saying?
Be involved in his children's lives, and I'm happy about that. But he wasn't involved in William's life. And it's not because of Teresa. And he probably feels some guilt about that now. This man lived 12 minutes down the road. In a 4-year span, he saw William once. I bet he feels some guilt about that. He could have tried to get custody. He didn't. He could have tried to get the court to impose visitation. He didn't. He's on the birth certificate. The state showed it to you. William Hamilton did not care about being a father to William. The state said in opening from the beginning that remains are not the only evidence in this case. You can take circumstances of the relationship between William and Teresa, like how she's treating him, and use that instead. The circumstances of the relationship, and this is what they bring you. Multiple witnesses who had no concerns about Teresa being violent towards William. This is what the state wants you to base your whole verdict on. And this is enough? What the Charlotte witnesses said? No way. We then heard from some witnesses from DeKalb County. First, we heard from Marie Dial. She was the day shift manager at Pleasers when it was open. The only thing they proved with Marie Dial is that Teresa at some point worked there. And we know that she worked there for a very short amount of time. None of the girls even knew her. She doesn't know when. We do know that she has to have a license to work there. We know that she got a license in Georgia on June 23rd of 1999. Now, stepping aside here, the state says that this demonstrates her disconnect, that she got a license on her son's birthday. If that's their argument, this represents the desperation of the state. If that's evidence of murder, and that's what they've got.
I don't think they're saying that's evidence of M.
We know she got her license on June 23rd,
They're saying that it's
1999.
suspicious.
Multiple months after we know William's body has been discovered. There's no evidence that she had any license in Georgia before that. Officer McClendon told you that. There's no evidence of her having a license in North Carolina. We know she didn't drive. Again, this is easy evidence for them to get. If we can get people from the 90s, the manager at the strip club, we can't call the North Carolina DMV. It's because she didn't have a license. So she had no ability to work at Pleasers before June of 1999. The state wants this to be the smoking gun of this case. How could she have worked as a dancer at Pleasers if children aren't allowed? She must have drugged him in the woods, because we know that she was working as a dancer. There's no evidence that she danced while William was alive.
What's that got to do with
there
this,
is
mister?
no evidence that she danced while William was alive. In fact, there's evidence to suggest it wasn't possible for her to dance while William was alive.
Well, this is where the medications came in.
Next, we heard from Gary Harris. He's the man who lived across the cemetery. He said at some point he saw a car and two people got in. That's it. Also, I think the state might have been surprised when he pointed on the map where it was, because it was well away from where William's body was found. He doesn't know who these people are. He doesn't know if they're men or women or race or what they look like or what the car looks like. He saw two people get in a car in the middle of the night and drive away. That's
Yes,
it.
you can, Dandy, for sure. Yeah.
Maybe those people were dumping the couch that we saw in those pictures. Maybe they're throwing something else out. Maybe they're meeting up and doing drugs or something else illicit. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is a trial for evidence and proof. And we have a man that said in 1999, I saw two people get into a car. That is it. We know that the police and medical examiner at the time were desperate for leads. They didn't have any. And Mr. Harris said that he called it in. So police obviously investigated Mr. Harris's lead. They obviously looked into this, and it went nowhere. This has nothing to do with this case. We heard from Ryan Van Sickle from MARTA. Again, I don't know why we heard from him, to be honest. I think the state may be showing you that look how long it takes to get from the women's shelter to Pleasers to Clifton Church Road. But forgot that we don't have any evidence that she was, one, doing anything with the day shelter, the women's day shelter at that location while she was working at Pleasers. We have no evidence that that was while William was alive. And we have no evidence that she was going from Clifton Church Road to Pleasers or the day shelter. Those are 3 points on a map that could be from a year span, and they want to show you she couldn't even get there all in one day. No one said she did, except them. No one said she was working at Pleasers when William passed away. In fact, there's evidence to suggest that's not how it happened. No one suggests, or no one told you in evidence, that she was staying or going to the women's day shelter while she was working at Pleasers. She said she was going to shelters. They were downtown. We don't know where she went. We heard from Bessie Brown, woman from Clifton Methodist. She says that she was never aware of homeless people living in those woods.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't look like there would be.
There was no evidence to say that Teresa and William stayed there for even more than one night. Bessie Brown wouldn't have seen this. But she's not evidence that, see?
But your doctor was?
This woman from the church said that she never saw anybody. We're talking about one day in 1999 that she didn't see someone in the woods with no car parked out on the road. Of course she wouldn't have seen this. That's not evidence.
That's what I thought.
From Shirley Baker, who worked at Women's Day
Shelter. That's what I thought I had heard.
A few years after William passed away. She told you that beds were limited in the metro Atlanta area. She told you that some women slept in the hallways of an office building. She told you that some slept outside of the shelter, in cars or otherwise. The state wants you to believe that in 1998, 1999, Atlanta had enough beds for the unhoused. There wasn't an issue. We all, as citizens of DeKalb County, know that it's certainly an issue even today. Everyone has their experience in life with this. We're talking about 1999. And Ms. Baker told you that beds were limited. We heard from Mr. Gaskew, first officer on the scene. Mr. Gaskew told you that there was no apparent attempt to conceal the body.
Dumping it in the middle of the woods is
concealing. A point about Teresa saying,
in my opinion,
she put a blanket or a sweatshirt over him, or a jacket. Well, I don't know what she put over him when he passed, or if that was while he was sleeping. It wasn't left on him because it wasn't there. They told you about every piece of clothing when you were in those woods. A jacket wasn't left on William. It was nowhere in pictures. It was nowhere when they had cadets come out and look at every inch of those woods. Teresa did not put a jacket or a blanket or a coat over William.
So this is the defense, Maxie.
We heard from Detective Harvey. Detective Harvey says that in 1999, he was not able to tell you how the child died. He can't tell you how the child died now. He said there's a juice can. You heard the stipulation. There was nothing in that juice can. There was no cocaine, like a crack pipe like Detective Harvey suggested. There was no Tylenol. There was no Benadryl. This was a juice can. And now, the state wants to say this couldn't have been his juice can because it was dented and his leg was on it. We know that his remains, his body, his skull were moved. Officers talked about that was in an odd position that they believed to be from animal scavenging. The fact that the juice is dented means that they didn't sleep there. It makes no sense. And if this is his juice, it shows that they did sleep there.
I'm not impressed with
you don't go
what he's coming out with.
Dump a body and bring a can of juice with you and dump that as well. That doesn't make any sense. Again, Detective Harvey told you that there was no apparent attempt to conceal the body. William's body was not partially buried. William's body was certainly not burned.
No, but I do believe he was left there to hide him.
Pine straw, nothing. It was sitting on top of the pine straw. Woody Hall, the medical examiner investigator, told you as well. No attempt to conceal the body. Mr. Hall was the first person that really started talking about animal scavenging to us. Listen, I know you probably had no idea when you were got your jury summons, that we would have to talk about animal scavenging of a child's remains. And I'm very sorry that that is true. I'm very ready to be done talking about that as well. I know it's hard to listen to, but we have to talk about it. Mr. Hall told you that the zygomatic arch was never found. This is because it was taken by an animal. They sifted through soil all around the body. Mr. Hall said they would go down 18 to 24 inches through the ground. They were able to find teeth. They were able to find finger bones, tiny bones, because they sifted and looked. That bone wasn't there because that bone was carried off. We know that the skull was moved, certainly from the body, at least 10 feet. We know that the jaw, the mandible, was also found several inches from the rest of the skull. There was damage all over the mandible. There was damage on this corner of his jaw and this bone right here.
And
this is animal scavenging. All of the evidence here points to this. There is no evidence that points anyone to the fact that this is something different.
I don't think there's anything proving animal scavenging.
That's as much as they
You
get.
know, maybe not to the point he's explaining
And
anyway.
that's what Dr. Tice told you. Meredith Tice came, the forensic anthropologist. She said this can absolutely be animal scavenging.
Oh, is that our
She was
doctor?
part of the team in 2013 that said this damage was post-mortem.
Yeah, I didn't end up there
I want to be
himself.
clear.
You're exactly right.
That 2013 University of South Florida team didn't say, could be either. They gave an opinion. Dr. Gallup told you this was their opinion, and we showed it to you on the screen. They gave an opinion that this damage was post-mortem caused by animal scavenging. That's in 2013, when they had the remains sent to them, along with the pictures. That was their opinion. And Dr. Tice was a part of that team. She signed that report. She signed it.
But that doesn't mean he didn't have foul
She also
play to
said
end his
on
life.
December 8th of this year, after viewing the skeleton again,
Yeah.
that this was post-mortem damage. She didn't even mention peri-mortem, ante-mortem, pre-mortem. This was post-mortem. On December 13th of this year, 5 days after publishing one report, she comes back and says,
I agree,
it
Max.
is possible this damage was due to peri-mortem trauma. It is possible. And she cites the lack of scraping specifically on this bone, on the zygomatic arch.
So why would they only scavenge that one little
Again,
spot?
she says
That
she
doesn't make sense either.
brought in this new idea because she finally looked at the pictures. These are pictures that her professors were sent. These are pictures that the team was sent at the University of South Florida. These aren't new pictures. These are pictures they've already looked at. Dr. Gallup told you that he sends pictures. Of course he sends the pictures. He doesn't just tell people what's in them. He's hiring somebody to review the case. He sends the whole case. We also learned that the skeleton that Dr. Tice viewed had been altered from the clay reconstruction. And there was clay and cotton filling in the gaps on that mandible in other locations where the bone was no longer there, where the bone was gone from gnawing. Dr. Turner told you and showed you the pictures from the scene and the pictures from Dr. Tice's review. There was clay on the ends, covering up even more fraying of the end of that bone. We're not talking about fraying of a bone on his hand. We're talking about a bone that goes right here. And this is where the bone was broken. Come on.
Come on.
But the state wants to rest on, it's possible. It's possible that it was around the time he died or before he died. It's possible. The state doesn't get to convict people with "it's possible."
But you wanted us to listen to your doctor's BS last night. Come on, buddy. What
It's a
was
little
that?
bit of inside baseball, but in the criminal law world, "it's possible" theories are used by defense attorneys who don't have a very good case. Because normally, in a normal trial, evidence is presented to support a theory of guilt. And what defense attorneys do is they say, I need to come up with, in this evidence, an alternative. So they come up here, and with every witness, they say, but you can't say that it's
I agree,
impossible.
Dandy.
And of course, because our world is messy and things aren't certain, witnesses say, well, yeah, it's possible. And they come up here in closing arguments and they say they didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because this is possible. The state doesn't get to convict people with "it's possible." That's because the burden is on the state. I think it can probably be very easy sitting through a week of trial, especially if this is a first one and you don't have experience with this, to imagine that these two tables are the same. That the trial is a competition between two tables, the state and the defense. And it's about which table brings you the best story, which table you like more.
No.
Which one
Who's got
you
the
believe more.
accurate information?
It's natural. I think this is how we deal with things in life when we're faced with two options. We watch a football game and it starts 0-0, and the two teams see who can score the most points. This trial is not about who scores the most points. We are not the same. On this table rests the burden of proof, and it's heavy. It's not about
You
who
guys have
scores the most points in
nothing,
your eyes.
Mr.
It's not about who you
Defense
like more.
This is lame.
In order to shake that burden and convict Teresa, they have to prove each and every element. That burden's not on that table. That's how our system is designed.
Yep.
This table doesn't get to live on "it's possible."
You want
They have
to,
to
though,
prove
buddy?
this indictment. They have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to talk to you about
Not
what
very
this is.
likable.
The judge is going to read you the law. It's a big packet of all the laws that she's going to read you. But reasonable
I know,
doubt.
Dandy. Yeah, he's hard to watch,
simple.
isn't he?
It's a doubt that you can give a reason for. I'm going to say that again. Reasonable doubt means a doubt that you can give a reason for. If you're looking at this evidence,
He talks in circles.
your mind is wavering about what really happened. If you are unsatisfied with the evidence, unsettled, that is reasonable doubt. If you have these doubts, you are required to find Teresa not guilty.
I don't
The
think
state's
there's
going
much
to rely on the
doubt.
fact that they don't have to prove
Sir.
this case to a mathematical certainty. And that's true. But they do have to prove it to such a certainty that you don't have any possible reason to doubt their story. Their theory, their case needs to leave you so satisfied that you can't think of a reason to doubt their case. This is a heavy burden. And they are going with, "it's possible." The judge will
You
tell
are
that
going
even if
with
you have
"it's
a
possible."
grave suspicion
I just don't
that
like
Teresa
this
is
guy.
guilty.
He's bad
That's
at
not
his
enough.
job, in my opinion.
This is a heavy burden. And we're nowhere close.
Whatever.
Teresa told you what happened. In her statement, she said, "I know I shouldn't have left, but I didn't hurt him." That morning, Teresa woke up to every parent's worst nightmare. The person Teresa was the night she went to sleep is not the same person she was when she woke up that morning. She is a person who has lost a child. The agony she felt paralyzed her. She stayed with him all day, praying for a miracle that he would wake up, but knowing that he was gone.
Whatever.
Eventually, she began to walk, and it was the only thing she could bring herself to do.
Every time I hear him with BS, I should
Teresa
be like,
Black, as you have witnessed her in court, and this woman sitting in this chair is not the woman that's on trial. The person on trial is a 21-year-old single mother. She found herself alone in Charlotte. Her father had moved away. Her mother had passed away. She wanted a change. She wanted a different life.
Exactly.
So she moved to Georgia with her son. Things didn't work out like she thought they would. She ran out of money quickly. She was scrambling to keep her son safe. She didn't want to sleep in the city streets with him. She couldn't keep him safe around other people. So she took the bus to a safer location. They were eating out of dumpsters. And she gave him some medicine, over-the-counter medicine, because he didn't feel good. She didn't know what was happening to him any more than any of the doctors who testified in this trial know what happened.
whatever.
One morning, he doesn't wake up. She sits with him all day. By
Well, that's
the time
what
she
you
starts
do.
walking, in her mind, it's already too late. She's afraid, well, people will think that she killed him. She's afraid people will think that she hurt him, and she knows she didn't.
Mm-hmm.
As days go by, she starts to get stuck. Now, no one will believe her. Everyone will assume the worst. This 21-year-old makes a terrible decision. And it
I can
starts
agree with
to
that.
snowball. It starts to get out of her what she thinks, I can't go back now. At some point, she goes from not telling anyone to being faced with a decision. And she lies.
She sure does.
She gets back to Charlotte. People ask her directly, where's William?
Mm-hmm.
She makes a decision and she lies. The lies start to compound. They begin to snowball out of control. And then 23 years later, she's chained to a table. And two cops start asking her questions.
It's hard to listen to, Dandy, isn't it? Like it's
about the nightmare she's been living with for, at this point, over half of her life.
she left
hasn't
her
told the truth
unalive
very
child in a spot
You
behind a cemetery in the middle of the forest.
all can hate her for this.
Mm-hmm.
You can hate her for these lies.
Yep.
That is not what Teresa Black is on trial for.
Uh-huh. She's pretty
The
noble.
state's entire case has been an attempt to make you hate Teresa Black.
People
And I
do
think
really sick shite. It's
that was
just
not a difficult thing for them. We as a
It's useless.
society don't like a mother lying about their child passing. We as a society
No.
don't like a mother not reporting a child's death.
No.
We don't.
No. No, we don't.
And they need you to feel so strongly about that. And feel so strongly about these emotions that you look past the science. Because without emotions, this case is nothing. Without the emotional spin that they want to put on this case and make you feel, this case is nothing. It's time to talk about what Teresa is really on trial for. Teresa is being charged 6 counts. 2 of them are felony murder.
Yes.
Felony murder is 2 things, 2 prongs. It is that you caused the death of another by committing a felony. So it is a felony happened, and that felony caused the death. It's important that that felony caused the death, and not just that a death occurred. Each felony murder count is therefore paired with a second felony. In this case, she's charged with felony murder in 2 different ways. The first is count 1. In count 1, she is charged with
talking
felony
longer
murder
than I expected him to, but it's just
causing
in my mind
William's
verbal
death
diarrhea again.
by committing cruelty to children by not seeking medical attention. So in count 1, she's charged with causing his death by committing count 2, that cruelty to children. So, to find her guilty of this count, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed cruelty to children by not seeking medical care, count 2, and that this act is what caused William's death. This is count 2. This is that cruelty to children count. For failing to seek medical treatment for William Hamilton. I want to talk about the elements of this. Because to find her guilty of 1, you need to find her guilty of 2. Here's how that thought process goes. To find someone guilty of cruelty to children in 1st degree, you must find that that person maliciously caused cruel and excessive physical or mental pain to a child under 18, and here, by failing to seek medical treatment for William Hamilton. Malice, the state talked about it briefly, but malice is an intent to cause that pain. I want to be very clear with that. This is not an intent to not seek medical care. Well, we know she intended to not seek medical care. That's intent. Malice means an intent, and that action was intended to cause that pain or willfully did that while aware of a strong likelihood that pain may result. For this,
I hope so.
To find her guilty of cruelty to children for not seeking medical treatment, you have to find that Teresa didn't take William to the doctor because she wanted him to experience this cruel and excessive pain, or she didn't take him to the doctor while aware of a strong likelihood that he was going to experience cruel and excessive pain.
She did not care.
Next, we have count 3, our second felony murder. This is the felony murder that is attached to count 4, the Tylenol benzoyl cruelty count. Again, to find her guilty of felony murder, count 3, you must find, beyond a reasonable doubt, both that she is guilty of cruelty to children by giving him diphenhydramine and acetaminophen, and that this act caused William's death. This is the cruelty for the acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. Again, maliciously caused. So you must believe that Teresa Black, and you must believe the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, that Teresa Black gave William acetaminophen and diphenhydramine maliciously with the intent that he experienced severe pain or injury, or did it aware that there was a significant likelihood that he would experience a severe pain or injury? Count 5 is aggravated assault. For this, you must believe that while William was alive, she hit him with some object in the face. The language here is that she caused serious bodily injury by striking said victim in the head. So you must find an assault to another person with an offensive or deadly weapon. Count 6 is concealing the death of another. To find her guilty of concealing the death of another, you must find that she did something to conceal his body, which hindered the discovery if he was unlawfully killed, and that this happened in DeKalb County. So, the fact that it did take time for William's body to be found does not automatically satisfy this charge. Teresa, you have to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that Teresa concealed, that she did something to conceal this body. Now, I'd like to talk about all of these in turn. I'd like to start with the cruelty to children for not seeking medical care. Again, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Teresa did not seek medical treatment either on purpose, so William would experience severe pain, or she did it on purpose knowing that by not seeking medical treatment, he would suffer severe pain. For this charge, we should look to the doctors. They are the ones that provided any medical evidence about what was happening with William. We heard from two experts, Dr. Gallup from DeKalb County and Dr. Turner from St. Louis. And they both told you the same thing. Teresa told police that William was gagging and lethargic. Both experts knew what Teresa said William was suffering from. They knew what his symptoms were. And they told you several things that would often display with the same symptoms. Pneumonia, or food poisoning, or a cold, or the flu, or a virus, or an infection.
Unreal, yeah. Like every excuse under the moon.
It could have caused William's death. Things that Teresa wouldn't have seen coming. Things that Teresa wouldn't have had a knowledge of a strong likelihood that it would cause pain. Things like an undiagnosed seizure disorder, undiagnosed diabetes, heart conditions, brain conditions, dehydration, sepsis.
She left him in the woods.
These are all things they have experienced as doctors. They said that it could be two things at once. He could have had a cold. He could have been tired because he didn't eat that day. And something unforeseen could have happened that caused his death. The doctors do not know what happened to William. Dr. Gowett told you that he had over 40 doctors look over this case. From the time William was identified until now, he's had 40 doctors review this case. They don't know what happened either. How is it fair for the state to expect you to know what happened? Both of these felony murders require causation. You committed this specific felony which caused the death. I want to ask again, How is the state expecting you to know what caused William's death when 42 doctors that we know of don't? No one knows what happened. And remember, this is not about looking back in hindsight, that Teresa should have taken William to the doctor, and we only know that because, well, it was serious enough that he passed away. It's not about looking backwards. It's not about what would have been best. The state has to prove Teresa didn't take him to the doctor in order to cause him pain intentionally, or that she refused to take him to the doctor while being aware of a strong likelihood that severe pain would happen.
Boom.
That's cruelty.
Damn straight.
The doctors don't even know if there was severe pain, much less if Teresa knew anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Jackson brought up something at the beginning when she was talking about reasonable doubt, and I feel like I need to point this out. She said, is it reasonable for a parent to not take their kid to the doctor?
No.
I don't know if it was as an illustration of reasonable doubt or what, but the standard here is not, we find Teresa guilty because a reasonable parent would have taken her to the doctor. That's not the standard here. It's, did she do it with malice? That's the standard.
Yes. I believe so. I believe
With so many potential causes. With so many potential causes that could happen like that.
I have the best mods
cause
ever.
a child to pass away. A parent has no idea their child is in any danger of receiving any significant pain. They would have no idea they needed medical care. Let's look at what Teresa saw. Her recounting of William's symptoms is the only recounting we have. It's one of those times that the state discounts Teresa's statement until she says something they want or need, and then they believe that part. The only thing we have about William's symptoms are what Teresa told us. We have nausea, causing him to experience some sort of gagging. And we have acting lethargic. Now, Ms. Jackson stretched that out a little bit, saying there were 7 symptoms that he could no longer walk or talk. She didn't say he lost the ability to walk or lost the ability to talk. It's that he didn't want to get up. He didn't want to talk. He was lethargic. He was tired.
Yeah.
This is every virus a kid gets.
Take him to the doctor.
6-year-olds get sick all the time.
And you take him to the doctor.
And this is what it looks like. Gagging and feeling lethargic is what we have. Dr. Goward agrees with that. This could have been a cold. This could have been a virus that didn't kill him.
True that.
We don't charge parents for not taking their kids to the hospital when they're gagging or feeling tired.
But you do if they
That's
pass
ridiculous.
away.
And that's what
Due
we have.
to that.
We have the state looking in hindsight. Well, this child died. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the malicious intent required by the statute. It doesn't matter. We can't look back and say this was serious because he died. We have to look at what Teresa knew and intended to do before he died.
Mm-hmm. She filled him full of stuff
Counts
and then
for
dropped his
cruelty
remains
of the acetaminophen and
in the bush.
diphenhydramine. Here's what we know about
In my
these two
opinion.
drugs in this case. When given a toxic dose, these drugs can be dangerous and cause death.
Yes.
So, how much was William given? We do not know. We have no idea. Dr. Jackson told you he has no idea how much of his
Unreal, Dan.
medications William had. Dr. Gowett told you he has no idea that comparing skeletal muscle to dosage or blood is comparing apples and bananas. Dr. Turner told you the same thing. It could have been a toxic dose. It could have been a therapeutic dose, meaning the correct dose for a child of William's age and size. It could have been an underdose, meaning not enough medicine to even do any good, much less harm. A therapeutic dose and an underdose would not have any ill effects on William. It would not cause pain. It would not cause toxicity unless, like Dr. Gonzalez told you, William had a genetic liver disorder where a therapeutic dose could have caused,
That's very
could have been deadly.
infuriating, Andy.
And if that's true, Teresa's still not guilty because there's no strong likelihood that giving an appropriate dose of Tylenol is going to cause severe pain. So all the doctors agree that we have no idea what dose William received. The state wants you to say that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he received a toxic dose and that Teresa did it all on purpose. She intended for him to feel the pain with that Tylenol. No doctor is ever able to say how much of those medicines William received. And the state wants you to pick. They want you to say, despite getting no evidence of it, we say beyond a reasonable doubt that he received an overdose of these two medications.
Well, it's really looking bad.
Their pharmacist, Dr. Gonzalez, said, well, these symptoms are consistent with toxicity from these two drugs. Yeah? They're also consistent with everything else that Dr. Gowett listed out. We went on and on. Yeah, I would expect those symptoms from that. That means it's also consistent with pneumonia and consistent with a cold. It's still no more evidence. When your symptoms are gagging and feeling lethargic, it's consistent with so much. No evidence here points in any direction of the dosage that William received. That's reasonable doubt. Right there. When you're back there and you're deliberating, and you said, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
It makes my brain hurt.
William received enough Tylenol or Benadryl that would have caused him excessive and cruel pain, mental or physical. The moment you say, well, he could have had a trace dose, and this is the same, would be the same exact result. And that's done. That charge is done. That's reasonable doubt. And you're not making that up. I'm not sitting up here saying it's a possibility, though. I'm saying the doctor sat right here and said, I can't tell you which one it was. That's reasonable doubt. We have a trace, a therapeutic, and a toxic. We have no evidence to suggest which one's which. We have no evidence to suggest this is what caused William to die because his symptoms are consistent with so many different things. That's reasonable doubt. Ms. Hodder's cross-examination of Dr. Turner, she spent quite a while with Dr. Turner asking her to read medical labels, medicine labels. These are all medicines that Ms. Hodder said she purchased herself when she went to the pharmacy during trial in 2024. She was asking a lot of questions about medications that doesn't provide us anything. All of her questions on that cross-examination. And how do we know that? If she had real questions that she wanted to ask about these medications, she would have asked those questions of her own witness, the pharmacist. Because Dr. Turner didn't provide any different opinion on these drugs than Dr. Gowett or Dr. Jackson. She said, when I asked her questions, it could be toxic, it could be therapeutic, it could be trace. She did the same thing. She didn't say something outlandish apart from the other doctors, but Ms. Hodder got up and went for half an hour asking her questions about these medications. Why not have your pharmacist answer those questions? Well, because she wasn't looking for any real answers when she did that. She wasn't looking for anything that would help you. she was trying to score points with a dramatic cross-examination. Because the truth is, Dr. Turner or her own experts, pharmacist, toxicologist, medical examiner, they don't know what dosage William received. Also, she didn't ask any questions about what was available in 1999. That would have been a question for the pharmacist. What drugs were available on the shelf in 1999?
Couldn't he have asked that
Her
same
own
question?
expert that she flew in from California to come talk to you about drugs. He's been doing this since 1980. We don't know what the dosages were then. Not that they matter, because we don't know what he received. We don't know what the labels said. We don't know what
You
section
just
of the
contradicted
pharmacy they were
yourself.
in. We don't know if there
Total
was
contradiction.
children's medicine that had both. We don't know if it was a lozenge or anything. They didn't ask those questions because they didn't want real answers. They wanted drama. They wanted to put Dr. Turner on the spot, make her read directions and labels, and pretend that it's proof that a medicine says keep out of reach of children. That should put Teresa on high alert. Every medicine says that.
But you say on high alert, you're dealing with a kid.
This was all smoke and mirrors.
He's a kid,
And
was a kid.
it's another example of the state not giving you any evidence, because there isn't any. It's not that they would choose to not give you evidence. It's not that they would choose to instead have to have a dramatic cross-examination. It's because that evidence doesn't exist to convict Teresa.
That's what I said.
Before we move on from these 4 counts, the murder and the cruelties, I'd like to remind you of what Dr. Gowett said in his testimony. It is the last thing I asked him. No evidence to call this a homicide in 1999. No cause of death. No evidence to call it one now. Dr. Turner said there was no evidence to suggest this was a homicide. There's no evidence that points them in that direction at all. There's no evidence that points them in the direction of William died because his mother maliciously didn't seek medical treatment, or that William died because his mother maliciously overdosed him on Tylenol or Benadryl. There's not even evidence that pushes them in that direction over other options. That's reasonable doubt. These are experts in their field. Rely on them. And they're not my experts. Dr. Turner was mine. We called her in. We wanted to give you an outside opinion. Somebody that didn't work in this case. Dr. Gowett is the medical examiner in DeKalb County, called by the state. And he cannot tell you how this child died. And the state wants you to ignore that and say, yeah, but his mom was rude in Charlotte. So we're going to ignore it. Yeah, his mom didn't give him Halloween candy, or his mom pushed him in the chest twice. So we
don't push your kids.
Anyway.
You don't
Well,
touch
yeah, his
your
mom
kids.
lied after he was dead.
Red flag.
So forget what Dr. Gowett, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Turner say. Because she lied about it to police when she was handcuffed to a table. That's the leap they want you to make. Count 5 is aggravated assault, and this is the most ridiculous charge in this indictment. But it illustrates that the district attorney, they're not truth seekers like Investigator McClendon says they are. From the very beginning, there were signs of animal scavenging. That is what the experts believed when they looked at it, and there was no evidence to say it wasn't. Woody Hall was the first to mention it. Skull completely detached and dragged over 10 feet away from the rest of the body. Again, I hate to keep talking about this. I hate to keep having to pretend William is those bones. When he was so much more than just that, but we have to talk about it because the state has indicted her for breaking one of them. William's jaw was also separated from the skull, and it had damage all over it. We talked about the bones that come under your cheekbone when you open your mouth. Those were damaged. The balls of the jaw, those were damaged. The corners of your jaw, those were damaged. The nasals, those were damaged. The zygomatic arch, that was damaged. We're talking both sides of his face. He was missing other bones. He was missing a rib. He was missing fingers. He was missing, I think, a tooth. Why not charge her with injuring those? There's just as much evidence. The only evidence here is that a bone was broken. So why not charge her with hitting him in the ribs too? A rib had come detached. There is no evidence to suggest that Teresa caused this injury by striking William with an offensive object. It's complete speculation. It's complete guess. The only person, again, that said anything different than animal scavenging was Dr. Tice when she said it's possible. It was before he passed. She said that on December 13th of this year. Said because when she viewed the pictures, there was no scraping or
I still don't think this guy is making a difference.
That bone.
He's not changing my mind
Again,
in one.
These are the pictures that she viewed, her team viewed
Not even
in
that
2013. And she signed her name to it.
Egghead.
She still can't say that it's not animal scavenging, just that it's possible that it happened before he died. The only thing they've ever been able to say is that it's possible. And they don't get to use it's possible to convict someone. This charge is ridiculous, but it is important. It's important to illustrate what the DeKalb County District Attorney is willing to do. They will ignore the science, even from their own experts, to get a conviction when they want one. At the very beginning, Lieutenant Quigley said he was brought into this case. The DA was really excited about this new lead. Forget truth-seeking. They want another chance to get Teresa. They have a broken bone, so they looked at this indictment and said, throw another one on there. We'll see if something sticks. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. The best they can ever do is ignore the experts that say, looks like animal scavenging, jump
Not
straight
everybody
on to the
said
one
that,
person that
Miss
says
Duff.
it's possible, and then jump from there to get to reasonable doubt is to say, yeah, but she pushed him once in the chest. She pushed him into a chair. See? It goes from it's possible to beyond a reasonable doubt because of the things that Ava said weren't serious and not a big deal and weren't abuse. This is not how our system works. That's not truth-seeking. Finally, I'm going to talk about concealing the death of another. I'm going to guess this count has been in your mind the entire trial. On its face, this count seems like the only one the state has provided any evidence for. Yeah, it did take a long time for someone to find his body. That must mean it was concealed. The truth is, they have not provided any additional evidence above any of the other counts. To find someone guilty of concealing the death of another, you need to find
Here goes
that
with that again.
concealed it, that they hid it, or that they attempted to conceal it. And then the second prong is you must find that that did hinder the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. If you believe
Who
that
dumps
Teresa
their
woke
6-year-old
up
in
and William was
the
dead in
bush?
those woods, and she is not guilty of concealing.
Yeah, it's disturbing when
If
he
you believe
goes
that's
here.
a possibility that
Like
you can
what?
give a reason for. And your reason is there's no evidence pointing otherwise, or that's what she said. If you have a reason to say that that's what happened, then she's not guilty for concealing, for leaving him in the woods. Again, they have to prove that she dumped him there.
She did.
They have to rely on Gary Harris, They have to say that was her and some accomplice, and they dumped him deep in the woods. Multiple witnesses have told you there's no apparent attempt at concealment. Woody Hall, Officer Gaskew, Detective Harvey. Again, there was no jacket laid on him. Another way that a person can be found guilty of concealing the death of another is if they lie or mislead about the whereabouts of a person who is deceased. And the problem with the state's case here, they have to prove that deception, just like they have to prove that act of concealment, they have to prove that deception took place in DeKalb County. So the 2 days worth of combined witnesses that told you about Teresa lying about where William was, when Teresa went to that gas station in Charlotte and they said, "Where's William?" and she said, "He's staying with friends or family," that is concealing. And that is concealing in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I mean, it is. It's disturbing, isn't it?
There. That's the appropriate place. That's a crime. Happened in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Queese Black said it happened in Alaska. Fine. Maybe you say it happened in Phoenix, which she didn't tell officers right away. Fine. The only time we have Teresa talking about William's location was the phone call with Ava. Now this, Ava told you that it was a week after Teresa left. Investigator McClendon told you it was 3 days. So Teresa spoke with her once. For you to find Teresa Black guilty of concealing the death of another for lying about William's whereabouts in that one phone call with Ava, you have to believe beyond a reasonable doubt William was already deceased, and that phone call took place in DeKalb County. Now, the state's evidence is she said she lived in Decatur. Must have been Decatur. Couldn't have been Fulton. She said Decatur. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. She told detectives, and they said, "Where did you live?" Atlanta. Where Atlanta? Decatur, I think. That's not her saying I was in Decatur 3 days after I got there, or 3 days after I left on a Greyhound bus. We have no idea where this phone booth was. We have no way to know where that was. She didn't say, "It's Teresa calling from DeKalb County." Certainly not. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what county it was in. They showed you the special circumstances in that when there's evidence that a crime took place in more than one county, then either county is fine for reasonable doubt. There was one phone call. They didn't move that phone booth mid-phone call to multiple counties. One phone call where you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt it was in DeKalb County. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that William has passed away at that point. There's a special circumstance on criminal homicide that it's proper where the body was found, and that is for murder charges. That is because for murder, you have to charge the person in the county where the cause of that death happened. If you shoot someone and they get into a car and drive away and they die in a different county, and we don't know where that death happened or that cause of death happened, murder is fine to be where the body lies. That's not for concealing the death of another. There's no special rule here that has to happen in DeKalb County. So we are left with 6 counts, none of which have any evidence that point you beyond a reasonable doubt of anything. In fact, most of them rely on experts saying, "I have no idea." When I sit down, I'm not going to be able to get back up and talk to you anymore. It's the way this works. Those are the rules. I have to just sit there. I'm going to be relying on you to remember the evidence with your own memories and your notes and the notes and memories of your fellow jurors. The evidence is not what I say it is, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Hodder. It's what you heard from the witness stand. But I don't get to come back up. So to talk about what their argument is going to be, I really just have to guess. Based on some of the questions that they have asked, I'm going to take a stab at it. I expect the state has crafted a very creative story. And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that their story, they've crafted it in a way that everything they say is possible. But when they tell you what they think happened, I want you to watch the leaps that they take, the assumptions that they make. Ask yourself, when they make those leaps, what evidence are they basing this on? What evidence are they ignoring? Here's potentially a story the state could tell when Ms. Hodder gets up here. That the state believes that Teresa wanted rid of William. That she came to Atlanta, found William was a nuisance. Evidently, William was getting in the way of her dream of dancing at the Pleaser strip club. So every night, for her to go to work, she would drug William in the woods so he would fall asleep. She would leave him somewhere so she could go dance, and then she'd go after and pick him up. One night, William had a rare reaction to Benadryl, became agitated, so she hit him in the face, breaking his zygomatic arch. She, along with some unnamed accomplice that had a car, drove his body to the Clifton Church area and left him in the woods. She convinced this person, who she maybe knew for a couple of days, to help her dump a child's body in the woods, and this person has never told or was never found out. If that's the state's theory, or anything close to that, they are not truth seekers, they are storytellers. If that's the state's theory, and one they are asking you to convict a woman for murder with, they have lost sight of what evidence and proof means. Pay attention when they tell you what they think happened. I don't know what it will be. I made that up as a ridiculous example. But pay attention to how many guesses you have to make, how many leaps you have to make. Because in that story I just told you, you have to take the leap of she either knew someone in Atlanta or she met someone quick enough, formed a relationship that that person would hide a child's murder with her, that she came here and got a job immediately, despite not having a license, started dancing within the first 2 days, and all of this happened with William's death within the second day or so, so she had time to hide the body and then lie to Ava. Think of how many leaps you have to make for that. And again, possible. There's 100 stories I could come up with that are possible. We're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt here. I expect they're going to spend a significant amount of time telling you why Teresa's statement's not believable. Again, this is not about comparing stories. On one hand, you could believe what Teresa told police. On the other, we have the state's story, whatever it is. If you believe Teresa's story, then it's not guilty. If you believe the state's, beyond a reasonable doubt, then it's guilty. In the middle, where we don't know what happened, that's not guilty too. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you don't know what happened, your job is done. The state of Georgia began their work on this case with a conclusion that Teresa Black was guilty and they worked backwards, squeezing evidence into whatever story or mold that they are going to give you to tell a ridiculous, albeit exciting story. A story that the news would show up for. A story that they could have press conferences for. A story that people would watch. They were so set in their opinion that they didn't realize the full tragedy of this story. The truth about this case is that it is a tragedy. That this woman lost her baby. And that morning, laying on the pine straw in South DeKalb, this woman was alone and scared. And she messed up.
For what she had just done, maybe.
She didn't tell anyone about William for a day. That day became a week. A week became months and years, and it became 23 years. But she never forgot him. She never stopped regretting that mistake. She left him, and she hates herself for it. She
But everybody
did not kill him. She did not hurt him. She loved him. I have represented Teresa for a long time now. And as attorneys do, I have done what I can do to protect her as my client. It has been the honor of my career to do that. I'm about to have to sit down.
Do it.
And I don't get to protect her anymore. I am handing Teresa Black's fate to you. And I'm scared. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm
that
scared.
This case is emotional and you hate her. And that will be enough when it shouldn't be. I'm scared that you'll buy that it was possible. The state's story is possible. And you won't follow what reasonable doubt means. I'm scared because I don't
you're
get
an
to
idiot.
do anything else for her. Those are my fears. I know they are.
And you have hard thing to work with. This guy's just brutal.
And the stakes and the law and the facts. I know you will follow it. I know you will be truth seekers. And I know you will find Teresa Black not guilty of all 6 charges, because that is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now prosecution back up for their rebuttal, and I think it goes to the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 12:15. I was hoping to get through all of the arguments this morning, but we still have another hour or so to go. Do y'all want to break for lunch and come back? You want to keep going?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. Okay. All right. Let me please take a quick comfort break, and we'll be back momentarily.
Okay, quick break. I'll just pause them for a second. I'll admit this case would be hard to prove for M, but whose fault is that? This child could have literally passed of an illness or natural causes, doubtful, but who hindered that? Yeah, that would be Mummy Dearest. Brutal. Just brutal. Are we still stretching? And we are, so we'll just wait. Okay, hopefully it's a short break. Another hour and a half of this guy talking, is that what, or is it going to take time for her to give the instructions, I guess, to? I can't take this guy babbling for, oh, he's done. Sorry, my bad, my bad. I'm dealing with some other stuff too right now. The rebuttal is where we're at. Sorry, guys. So what are we thinking? This is what they did last time. What is that? What is that? It made me think that they weren't going to stream when they did this last time. I just thought, okay, what? It looks like one of our TVs when I was a kid, when you got that squealing noise, whee, like a fax machine. It was a bad noise. 3 channels, and this is how they ended it for the evening. Because those 3 channels, a lot of times, yeah, midnight they were done working. So what do you guys think? M, capital M? Do you think that they're gonna believe anything that was said from that guy? He's got mush between his ears, I think. I wouldn't think this would take more than 5 minutes. Oh, yay. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here's a reminder that you have a root canal coming up. Ew. Yeah, it's mush between the ears there. It's just, there wasn't anything that he said that I thought was relevant. It was just him talking in circles and contradicting himself. I was shocked. I mean, bad enough you're in the same sentence. Just unreal. Like when we were a kid, we would have called somebody like this hamster brain. Hamster brain, hamster brain. Yeah. Yeah. He didn't have anything relevant. I don't believe what he's putting out there. Jasmine, stop. No. She comes here and looks at me all indignant, like, you better do it or I am going to bark. Like, that's the face she gives me. I say no. No. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Get down. I said no. Yeah, it's, in a case like this, it's really, really hard to sit there and listen to what my personal opinion. I was listening to a bunch of BS, and I find it horrible. This is a serious situation. I know that you probably are appointed, but you're doing a really, really bad job. I mean, I imagine they didn't have a lot to work with. There's that. But still, I mean, it was, he did nothing to sway me. He did nothing to sway me. And he didn't give me any kind of thing that would make me feel like there was reasonable doubt. So, yeah. Come on. They're just gone. Turn it off. I missed the jury selection. Does anybody know? Are we dealing with a majority of men or a majority of women or split down the center? You know, it's always interesting to watch chat, our chat, or even where I'm streaming if they've got a chat, because I find it interesting that all of us will go, oh, no, 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 guilty. But you get on there and the jurors end up doing something totally different. Maybe it's because we get outside information. That could possibly be the reason for that. You don't, oh, okay, okay. You know, when it comes to kids, I think male, female, we are both equally offended. And I don't think it takes an incredible amount of brain cells to figure out that this guy is just, he's got nothing to work with and he's just putting out whatever. Like I said, throwing shite to the fan and seeing if any of it sticks. And that's not a good look, I don't think. You need more facts. You need more. You can't just go around, and they're legally allowed to do it. I just don't like it. They can come up with whatever the actual hell they want and say, well, we think it's this. They're allowed to throw the jury off. And that, I just find that really disturbing. A lot of times they don't need facts. Not like the prosecution needs. I just think that as far as defense, they need some more restrictions. I really believe that. I mean, I don't even live in the country, so I know my thoughts really aren't all that important when it comes to anything judicial. But I honestly believe, same with Canada, there needs to be more restrictions when it comes to defense and what kind of ish that they can throw out there for the jurors. You know, because they can make jurors sway. They absolutely can. You throw every single person, every single action underneath a bus, come out with your own ish, and there you go. You know, again, O.J. Simpson. Yeah, that was ridiculous. He had some really good lawyers, but it was still, you know, oh my God. Oh, nice. Okay. I looked at some earlier, but I will, not this one. Okay. I'll see if I can bring this up, friend. I'm not thinking. I can interrupt it and we can look at it after as well. So we're going to watch this for a moment. And this is just shortly after he was found.
Dozens of DeKalb police recruits lined up to look for new clues in the death of a child whose body was found in these woods Friday. At this point, investigators believe the child was African American between the ages of 5 and 7. But because the body was so badly decomposed after lying here for 3 to 6 months, police don't know if this was a boy or girl or how the child died.
The condition of the body precludes a facial identification, fingerprints, and things that we normally use to identify someone.
That's why investigators are expanding their search with the help of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
How sad is this? All of this was going on looking for this little guy. And she could care less. She was gone.
The group has already sent the DeKalb Medical Examiner's office about 20 possible matches, with as many as 80 more to come. Investigators are also taking a closer look at what the child was wearing.
There were a number of articles of clothing that were on the body, and our office is making an effort to run down the lot numbers and stock numbers of the clothing and see where they may have originated.
During their ground search Monday, police recruits found a tooth and clumps of black hair near the place where the child's body was discovered.
That guy wasn't wearing
Investigators say
gloves.
those could be key pieces of evidence as they try to piece together what happened. When Effie Myers picks up her granddaughter after school, the two have to drive right past the cemetery where a child's body was found Friday.
I think it's sad. Someone should have been looking for this child by now.
Yeah.
In an effort to spark someone's memory, the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's office displayed these size 11 Timberland hiking boots worn by the child. Investigators are now trying to track the lot and stock numbers on the
This is heartbreaking. All of this going on, and literally she had no care.
shoes
Her
and the
baby.
child's clothing. They're also sifting through the rocks and dirt collected from the scene to see if there are any clues they've overlooked. They say this is clearly their most difficult case, technically and emotionally.
This is some parents' worst nightmare that's coming true here, and they may not know about it yet.
That's why parents and
Yeah.
grandparents
You
following
know,
this case find it so
in
puzzling.
my opinion.
It disturbed me that it was so young and had no one even claimed the child.
That no one has come forward, not even knowing this child, or
Look at the heartbreak. These people don't even know this little guy, and they're heartbroken. They're searching, and they've found him without any kind of report being made as far as a missing child. Nothing.
it's just funny. It's just really strange.
We now know about as much as we are going to know from forensic evidence about the body found in a South DeKalb cemetery last Friday. It's an African-American boy, about 4 feet tall, 5 to 7 years old, wearing a hooded jacket, denim pants, and Timberland hiking boots. What we don't know is who he is, and that is starting to frustrate DeKalb County Associate Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Gerald Gowett.
I thought of a child this age, that we would get a break in the identification fairly quickly.
Investigators were
One
hopeful
would think
earlier that
so.
the boy's Timberland boots could bring them some clues, but lot numbers can only narrow.
How is she able to live with herself? Look at these little shoes. Like, are you kidding me already?
Down where the boots were sold to states east of the Mississippi River. So investigators like Jim Mabe hit the books, going through missing children's records state by state, hour after hour.
Here's another one in Fayetteville, North Carolina that's 6 years old.
But so far, nothing matches, making it all the more possible that this child was even forgotten by people who were close to him. It's possible he was never reported missing.
It's quite good, actually. The National Center tells us that the majority of children that are missing are probably not on their list.
Oh, how scary is that? I don't know what's going on with their volume.
Unnamed but not unknown. Those who gathered for the service for the little boy said it may seem no one knows the child whose remains were found in a...
Oh, they had a little funeral for this kid. Oh, now that's sweet. That's sweet.
Cemetery 3 weeks ago, but God knows.
For indeed, God Almighty knows this unknown, unnamed creation of His.
The service brought together people of all faiths, all sharing a common concern for this child. So many people were touched not only by the death, but by the fact that no one has come forward to claim the little boy.
Well, I cried. It was just so sad to think that somebody would give birth to a child and not miss it.
The service comes a day after investigators put together a clay reconstruction of the child's face. Perhaps this will help jar someone's memory and answer the multitude of questions. Till then, this blank headstone will be placed in the cemetery where the child's body was found. And these folks hope to one day inscribe a name.
I say thank you. But yeah, I agree. How does that feel? My girls thought that they were going to start wrestling next to me. It's mute. Yeah, a whole community who didn't even know William mourned him, showed him the respect and dignity he deserved. Yeah, well said. Well said. You should see these girls of mine. They are like, I don't know.
Son died after she gave him a fatal dose of cough medicine and concealed his death. She was arrested in 2022 following a break in the case. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes has been following the trial and has the latest on what happened in the courtroom.
Teresa Black wiped away tears as prosecutors played her 2022 police interview in court Thursday.
So she cried. Now, did she cry because she got caught, or did she cry because she was afraid she was going to get caught? I don't think there's remorse. Not 23 years later. I don't see that. And there's still nothing happening in the courtroom.
Black originally lied to investigators who traveled to Arizona to collect a DNA sample from her. Black claimed she left 6-year-old William Hamilton with a woman at a homeless shelter in Atlanta in the late 90s because she was no longer able to care for him. His body was discovered in a wooded area near a small cemetery on Clifton Springs Road in February of 1999. The 6-year-old's identity remained a mystery for more than 2 decades. Then in 2019, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an image of a facial reconstruction of the victim.
Between what they have done with doing this recreation and it all tells a story. It absolutely all tells a story. And it's sickening, actually, to have a parent that doesn't seem to give two ish. She cries when it's going to help her, but she doesn't seem to have any remorse for what she's done.
A tipster in North Carolina came forward saying she recognized the child as her former neighbor and recalled Black returning to North Carolina without her son.
He died in 1999. What? No. Yes.
Black continued to insist she was telling the truth, even after police told her William was dead and they did not believe her story. Midway through the interview, she breaks down and tells investigators the boy died in his sleep in the field where his body was found.
Bullshit. Okay, we're back.
I didn't realize she wasn't here. I would have brought you out yet. Sorry.
We're back. Yep, bullshit. And then another one, add that on to every year he should have been alive. Damn you. It's an interesting courtroom. They don't really have their ish together.
Tell me when you're ready. Okay. You're good? Okay. Ready, Ms. Hodder?
Yes, Your Honor. Why can't the medical examiners tell you what the cause of death was for William and Franky? Why is that? The reason the medical examiners can't tell you the cause of death is because Teresa Black left his body in a secluded area in the woods, in a place where he had no connections, no family, where people didn't know him, to rot, to be feasted on by animals, to decay. Never lose sight of that. That is why the medical examiners cannot give you a cause of death. And the defense wants you to ignore that very important fact. They want you to forget your role as jurors and give up your duty to determine what happened in this case and rely upon the experts who can't do their job because Teresa took evidence away from them.
Exactly.
You heard from the medical examiner, the defense's medical examiner, that their job is very different from a juror's. They simply look at a medical cause of death. Is there evidence where they can medically determine what the cause of death is? You're a jury. You have a very important role in society. A very important role. You don't just look at whether there is a medical cause of death. You look at everything. That's the whole reason you're in panel. That's the whole reason each of you are chosen, to look at the entirety of the picture. You look at the circumstances of William being dumped in those woods. You look at the medical evidence that the experts are able to provide you with. You consider the fact that Teresa lied over and over again. You consider her relationship with William before she moved here. And you consider her behavior after he died. And through that lens, you fulfill this very important role in our community. And you alone make a determination whether Miss Black is responsible. The juror's role is the conscience of the community. You represent our values. You are a voice of our victims. It is a special role, and do not allow the defense to distract you and take away that
Exactly.
role that you have. Do not simply look at what the medical examiner was or wasn't able to do, because you can do more.
I think so.
We sat here for a full week of testimony and heard all the evidence that we were able to bring. All the witnesses that are still around to tell you what happened. And it is through that lens that we ask you to make a decision on this indictment and the counts for which Ms. Black has been charged. You don't need to hate Ms. Black to do that. We're not asking you to hate Ms. Black to do that. But what Ms. Black did is wrong.
Yes.
What Ms. Black did is criminal.
Yes.
All you need to do is to think about William and what happened to him,
Well said.
and determine if she is responsible.
Yeah.
And over the course of the trial, we have shown you that she is, through the evidence. And each little piece of the puzzle, in and of itself, is never going to be enough. Certainly not in a case
Well
where
said,
the
Maxine.
defendant has destroyed evidence. But you're not required to give her a pass because she was able to do so effectively. You can take her actions into account.
And I think churches too.
In
In
order
many
to
states.
determine this case, we need to walk through the evidence that you've been shown through the course of the trial. Let's do so in an orderly fashion. Let's start from the beginning. You heard that on June the 23rd of 1992, William Deshaun Hamilton was born to Teresa Ann Bailey, now Black, and William Harris Hamilton in Mecklenburg, North Carolina. You heard that in November of 1995, Teresa's mother passed away. You heard from multiple
As they do.
witnesses that between the time that William was born and her mother's death in November of 1995, that there was a 2-year period that Teresa was not in her son's life, that her parents were taking care of William, and that he was with them.
That's interesting.
In December of 1998, William is withdrawn from school. In 1995, when Teresa came back into William's life, she befriended Ava. And from 1995 until December of 1998, they spent a lot of time together. That's about 3 years. And you heard Ava's observations of that relationship. You heard her own observations of Teresa, the kind of life she was living. She had a good life in North Carolina. Teresa had a job working for one of the biggest uniform distributors in the country, Earmark. She had a home that she could live in. She had family and friends. Her son's paternal side of the family was nearby. They had a whole network. And then suddenly, as you saw from the records, on December the 1st of 1998, with not even a full day's notice, she decides to leave Atlanta. She tells Ava she's going to Atlanta. She doesn't know anyone there. She doesn't have a job lined up. She's excited. Ava doesn't even believe her.
So why did she go there?
And the
There we
very
go.
next morning, she's taking off with a duffel bag and her son, and she's leaving. We know William was withdrawn from school on December the 1st of 1998, before the holiday break started. Whatever it was that enticed her to Atlanta was something that happened quickly. It was exciting, it was interesting. And she pulled her kid out of school and she left right before the holidays, before the break. And you know he attended school up until December the 1st of 1998 because he attended 62 days of his first grade school year. We know school starts in the fall, and by December he would have attended 62 days of school. So he was in North Carolina until he was withdrawn on December the 1st of 1998. He was in the first grade. He was 6 years old. Teresa was 21 years old. 21. This isn't a teenager. This isn't a child. This is someone who's already had to grow up fast, who is raising a son, who has a job, who's paying bills at her father's house, who's paying for daycare for her son. This isn't some foolish child.
Yeah, agreed.
This is an adult. And this 21-year-old ups and decides to move to Atlanta. She moved to Atlanta for a more exciting life. She was bored with this humdrum life, living at her dad's, going to work at a boring job, not much going on in Charlotte, North Carolina. She moved to a bigger city. We know there's no way she uprooted and left all of this behind for nothing. She didn't just do this to go, move from hotel to hotel. She came for something. And she had some money when she got here. And you heard in her own statement that initially she was staying in hotels. You heard from Ava that she received a phone call from Teresa shortly after she got here, about a week. She made friends with some women. They were partying, and Teresa sounded intoxicated, and she didn't have William.
Oh,
The idea that this woman didn't have
did she actually bring him? No. No.
So you're telling me that you've enrolled your child in school in Charlotte, North Carolina. You're paying taxes. You have a job. You're buying alcohol and hanging out with your friends, and you don't have identification? She comes to Atlanta. She's staying in hotels. You have to have identification to rent a hotel room. She's drinking. She's partying. Of
I don't
course
either.
She had identification. That's absolutely ridiculous. Teresa came here with her North Carolina identification, and she started working in the club, and she made some friends, and she was having a good time. And she was 21 years old, and this was better than Charlotte, North Carolina. By February the 26th of 1999, not even 3 months later, William's body is found in a secluded area of woods in DeKalb County, in a location Teresa has no connection to. None. She's just gotten here. She doesn't know anyone. You heard from Ava that he was found wearing the clothes that he left in. William didn't make it long in Atlanta. He's wearing the clothes that he left in. Within a week, Teresa can't even put him on the phone to talk to Ava. She doesn't enroll him in school. His body was almost completely skeletonized. This is the late fall, early winter. This isn't a hot Georgia summer. These are cold temperatures. And you heard from the medical examiners that that would take 3 to 6 months. This poor child didn't make it long in Atlanta.
If he even
Despite
went.
all the media attention, his case has gotten over 20 plus years. The outcries for help to the community, the news,
Yes,
the television coverage, the podcasts,
I've seen that.
the organizations, the tip lines. Not one person in Atlanta has ever come forward. Not back in 1999 when he was found, when they're holding memorials for this child, when the governor is offering rewards for information. Not one person has ever come forward saying they met this child, that they saw this child in Atlanta. And that's because William wasn't around very long. That's because William died shortly after he got here. He didn't even have a chance to go to school. He didn't have a chance to meet
Exactly, Maxie.
anyone. He didn't have a chance to make connections. The defense wants you to believe that Teresa came to Atlanta, fell on hard times pretty quickly, and chose a life on the streets with her son. Chose to go from parks to dumpsters for resources, shelter, when she had so much nearby. And it
Nothing makes
no
sense.
sense. It's just not true. It's an after-the-fact fabrication.
Yes.
One that, quite frankly, was fed to Teresa by Lieutenant Quigley. You heard from the get-go. He gave her out. He gave her out. I wonder what you would have said if you'd been forced to explain on your own. But she took that story of a mother who fell on hard times that Lieutenant Quigley provided her like a life raft. And she used it. But the problem is it is discredited by the evidence, by the people who knew her and her circumstances. Teresa had a home in Charlotte, a nice home. You heard from Ava that the rent was paid up for 4 months when Teresa gave Ava the key. Teresa could have come home to Charlotte, to her home, filled with all her furniture, where William's bed was, where he could sleep at night, protected and sheltered. She had 3 brothers and a sister. She had a father. William's father's family, little William, lived in the same neighborhood. And you could tell they loved him. You could tell they wanted to see him. They had been seeing him until Teresa came back in his life. Slowly that changed. Teresa didn't want a relationship with William's father's family. She didn't want them in her life. It wasn't that they weren't there for her. She pushed them out. She had no interest in any relationship with them. But they were there. They were there. And they'd expressed interest, and they continued to express interest. And they were options. She didn't choose to live that way in DeKalb County when she had all of this. William had his paternal grandmother, Margaret, who you heard took care of 6 of her other grandchildren at one point or another. His Aunt Wanda would have taken him. William had Ava. She told you herself that when Teresa decided to leave suddenly in this fashion, that she offered to take care of William until she got settled.
Exactly. Come on.
Week of getting to Atlanta.
I think he was gone by then.
The phone again.
Yeah.
She could have. She could have easily called Ava. Ava and Miles both had cars. They could have come and gotten her and brought her home if that's really how she was living. If that were actually true. She would have called Ava and she would have asked for help.
One would think.
And Ava would have come and gotten her. Charlotte is not far away. Charlotte is not far away at all. And if it were true, which it's not, there were shelters in Atlanta at the time. See, unlike now, where we've basically gotten rid of all of our shelters, there were working, functional shelters in the 90s. I don't know if you remember, but that was right after the Olympics and the big push to clean up the homeless population for our big expose to the world. There were lots of services back then. And you heard about that shelter. You heard about that shelter from someone who worked there back then. It was a place where you could get breakfast, lunch, and snacks, where you could get medical treatment, clothing.
And all this stuff was optional.
They also worked with the night shelters in the area.
More so than
multiple.
Now.
There at the night shelter, you could have dinner. You could have snacks. You had a bed to sleep in. But there was a caveat. You had to show up by 5 or 6
Really,
p.m.
Dandy? Really?
You had to be there within
That is weird.
the curfew. And that's going to be problematic for someone like Teresa, who's working in a nightclub. It's as simple as that. She can't
they
make
do.
money
It's just that they're
and
full.
take her son to
That's
the
my
show.
thought.
It's one or the other, and initially, Teresa's priorities were making
right?
money in the nightclub. If all else fails, you
I
heard
misread that at first.
there is a task force set up. You don't make curfew. They've recognized that a lot of women who are suffering from homelessness and housing insecurity might be working these kinds of
That's
jobs.
what she
They try
said.
to dissuade
I think
them
she was.
from it. They try to help them with other resources, but worst case scenario, they have a task force set up that will work with you after hours and help get you shelter, help you find a place to lay your head down.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, you can sleep in the lobby. You can sleep in the lobby, outside or inside, protected from the cold. Ms. Black wants you to believe that instead she chose to ride MARTA for hours, just wandered into this random place in DeKalb County to which she had no connection, and just happened upon this maintenance path through the woods and laid down on the pine straw with her 6-year-old son to go to sleep for the night in the dead of winter. You heard from the neighbor across the street that at least a month or more prior to William's body being discovered, that something very odd happened in those woods. That a car pulled in, that he heard a door close, and he realized that 2 people were getting into that car that had pulled way into the wooded area there in the cemetery, something he'd never seen before.
So the stream I did yesterday, they took my monetization away for it.
Teresa,
I don't understand that.
disposing of.
So they're going to do the same with this one.
Dumping him there in those woods.
Why, guys? Why?
Hiding the evidence. Teresa told detectives that she believed she was staying in the
Isn't
Decatur
everybody
area.
streaming this type of stuff?
She also indicated she was working at Pleasers all the way across town. That at some point she did utilize the Atlanta Women's Day Center all the way across town in the other direction. And I think it's pretty clear from the evidence that that wasn't until after William was dead. That wasn't until Teresa.
Oh, that makes me crazy.
It was when Teresa's life got out of control, when she burned through her money, when she didn't have a place to stay anymore, when she was using to excess, and she'd lost everything. That's when she turned to the day shelter. In June of 2022, for herself.
They're being harsh.
She did it for herself. There's no connection to the Clifton United Methodist Church all the way on the opposite side of town again. These woods
Getting
were
censored way too much.
How do you know these woods were a dump site? She'd never been seen in the neighborhood. Bessie, who went to the church every single day, the church historian, has never seen Teresa. She never went to that church to ask for help. Certainly not after her child died. There aren't any businesses or homeless shelters in the area. Teresa, from her own statement, didn't recognize the name of the streets. Clifton Springs and Clifton Church. That's the intersection.
Is it a little bit warmer in your area? Maybe that's
Remember,
what's
Teresa
with
didn't
it.
recognize those street names. But more telling than maybe anything is Teresa didn't realize there was a cemetery there. She didn't realize there was a cemetery there. You heard that in her own statement to the police. And the defense wants you to believe that when William passed, she laid there for a day or more, wandering around, not knowing what to do, and she didn't see this cemetery? It's nonsense. It's absolutely not true. She didn't see the cemetery because she was only there briefly at night to dump her child's body. She didn't know anything else about the area, and she didn't see anything else because it was late at night and it was dark.
Since I've been back, they have, and I haven't done a lot. They have already taken my monetization from
The defense has said over and
of
over
the lives
that
I've
this
done.
child was well dressed for the winter.
And this trial, I don't understand.
This child was wearing a shirt. This is a shirt. It's not even as thick as a sweater.
Okay.
It is a thermal shirt. This is warm enough to play during the day, in the winter with your friends on the playground. It's not warm enough to sleep in the woods at night. This child wasn't dressed to sleep out there like that, exposed to the weather. You're not going to choose the outdoors in December, maybe even January, dressed like that. I can only imagine how a child would complain, how uncomfortable that poor baby would be. It's just not true. This child wasn't brought there to sleep that night.
Sorry, guys, I'm frustrated with that.
The medical examiners back in 1999, when this child was discovered, were able to perform an autopsy. And they weren't able to come up with a cause of death. Because as we've already discussed, most of the evidence that they would rely on had been destroyed. The skin to show evidence of injury. The organs to look for disease or trauma. The blood to check for drugs, both of the legal and illegal kind. That was all gone, with the exception of some muscle tissue below the knee. But it wasn't all gone. All the evidence.
It's just horrifying. This is a little boy. Like, oh, yay.
In that muscle, through toxicological screenings, they were able to determine that this child had been exposed to acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. Acetaminophen and diphenhydramine, as you've heard, is common in over-the-counter medicine like Tylenol PM. There are some other brands that are exactly the same dose, the same warnings, the same everything. But it's typical of those nighttime sleep-inducing pain medications. It's for adults to assist with pain and to induce sleepiness. And we know this was administered shortly before his death. All the experts agree. What you know from this is that Teresa gave her son sleep-inducing drugs. She gave her son adult sleep-inducing drugs. You have to look at the big picture here. Teresa is new to Atlanta. She doesn't know anyone. She doesn't have money to pay for daycare. She admits that she wasn't using shelters in the beginning. That's in her statement. She was working at Pleasers. She could not bring William to the club. The manager told you that. Children were not allowed in the club. No one has come forward to say that they took care of this child while Teresa was working. And if you think there was someone that could have, I promise you, they would have been brought. If someone could say they looked after this child for Teresa, I promise you they would have been brought. In her statement, she said something very telling. When they are asking her, where would William be when you were using? She said, sometimes William was with her. Where was he when he wasn't? Who was looking after William when he wasn't with his mother? Tylenol PM.
I'm looking into this and they're not even letting me challenge it.
Other brand of the exact same thing was looking after William.
Same trial, same thing as everybody else is doing.
You heard that
Nothing.
Tylenol PM has warnings. Do not use in children under 12. Severe liver damage.
They demonetized the one from
all
yesterday,
over the packaging.
so they will do the same with this.
And this is for adults. This is for adult medication.
Yeah.
Tylenol and Benadryl haven't changed over the years since 1999.
How does that work, guys?
You
How
know
does
that.
work?
All of you have been using it all that time as well. That's ridiculous. We have known about the side effects.
It makes no
how
sense,
to use
Andy.
Tylenol and Benadryl, and the human body hasn't changed and somehow started to metabolize it differently that would require new packaging.
Very
This
frustrating.
is a known quantity. It was a known quantity back in 1999.
No one likes
and
to
the
work
drugs
for
had
free.
the same warnings back in 1999. And I can promise you, if they hadn't, the defense would have asked about it.
Exactly.
The defense would have asked those experts, and they would have brought you the different.
Very infuriating.
Because they have the same.
I've sent them a
power of the
complaint,
state, the
but
same
it'll do
right
me no
to
good.
examine witnesses and cross-exam and cross them as the state. They have no burden of proof. The burden is on the state. They can say nothing. But when they choose to exercise those
Thanks,
rights,
Maxie.
and they don't bring it to you, that means it's not there. Because there was no change in the packaging. Now, there are children's formulas of these medicines, but you heard that they're packaged in separate medications. They're not going to be in the same product. So what you'd have to believe is that Teresa,
It's almost like they allow some to
doesn't
get
have a place
ahead.
to stay, who's
And
living
it
in
seems to
parks,
be a lot of drama
who can't
channels.
afford to buy her child food, can buy 2 separate
But I find
bottles of
that my
children's
channel gets messed
medication.
with a lot. I don't
And
quite
that's
understand.
how he ended up with
reasoning.
both in his system. That's not reasonable. It's not reasonable. The
Back to the
children's
trial.
medication
I'll
has the
deal with
same
this
warnings.
after.
Do not use to make a child sleepy. Keep out of reach of children. Overdose warning. Contact poison control right away. A dose of children's diphenhydramine is just a quarter of what an adult gets. And a dose of children's acetaminophen is less than a sixth of what an adult gets. There is a liver warning on the children's bottle, and it says a max of 5 doses in one day. 5 doses in one day is less than what would be in a single dose of that adult sleep-inducing
Yeah, they're not even letting me challenge it.
That adult sleep-inducing medication that you know he was given shortly before his death. And Teresa lied about it. She lied about it. You heard her statement. I know something was wrong. She was explaining his symptoms. He wouldn't want to talk. He wouldn't want to get up. He just didn't want to do anything. He was not throwing up, like gagging, just lethargic, weak, and tired. This child didn't have food poisoning. Let's not forget that the defense's own medical expert, who's done over 400 autopsies of children, has never seen a child death from food poisoning. We all have had food poisoning. You are going to have vomit or diarrhea or both, and it's terrible. There is no second guessing when you have food poisoning.
That's true.
A child that isn't vomiting and doesn't have diarrhea did not die of food poisoning. You can check that off the list right now. Teresa lied about these drugs. She didn't admit to giving them for a reason. She wasn't honest with the police because she knew why William had died. She said, I gave him, I don't remember, it wasn't liquid, it was a lozenge. There aren't any lozenges with acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. If there had been, they would have been brought. A lozenge doesn't exist. She said, I think I gave him that. I don't know if I had any cough syrup, but, and then they asked her a bit later, it was mostly because it was the only thing I had to eat. But he wasn't coughing a lot, so I didn't have any cough syrup or anything like that. I didn't give him anything like that. I just thought he wasn't getting enough to eat. The most Teresa would admit to was that she gave him a lozenge to eat. A lozenge to eat. Teresa withheld medical treatment without a doubt. There is no conflict in the evidence. She said she knew what was wrong, that she knew something was wrong, that she knew something was wrong for days. She just thought the child wasn't getting enough to eat. She said, I knew I should have done something. So this wasn't a situation where the child unexpectedly dies and you're like, oh my God, She knew she should have done something and she didn't do it. She knew she should have done something because William was sick enough that she recognized that. William died a preventable death.
That's a screenshot, you two?
You heard that from all the experts. That he could have suffered from a toxic exposure to either or both of these drugs. That a death occurring as a result of a toxic exposure would have caused him to suffer, to feel pain. And that toxic exposure to both medications could be treated. It can be treated. And Teresa knew something was wrong, and she didn't do anything about it. That's what this case is about. It's about William and the failure of his mother to protect him. Why? Why did Teresa fail to protect William? You heard from Dr. Gonzalez, the overdose expert, that people don't take their children to the hospital when they have given them drugs in a non-therapeutic manner. When they either give them illegal drugs or they give them over-the-counter medications in a way they shouldn't have, they don't take them to the hospital because they'll get in trouble. That's why she didn't take him to the hospital, because she would get in trouble. You heard from Dr. Tice that it's difficult to fracture this area of the skull. You're more likely to fracture a little higher or a little lower, and that this type of fracture is common in abuse cases, the kind that William suffered, the fracture that had no evidence of animal activity around it. And Dr. Gonzalez told you it's not uncommon to see blunt force trauma in child overdose deaths. They often present together. Dr. Gallett told you that in unexpected death cases, the family is dying to know what happened. They're beating down the door. You know that. You don't need Dr. Gallett to tell you that. When a child dies unexpectedly, it is the most terrible thing in the world to a loving family. And that family wants answers. And they want to know why they have lost their loved one, their baby. But in fatal abuse cases, he doesn't hear from them very much. Because they already know why the child died. Because they're in cover-up mode. Because they
I agree with her. She's making a lot of really good points.
Dr. Turner herself, this expert that the defense had to go to Missouri for, they had to go find a paid doctor that they could fly in here from another state. For some reason, I'm still not entirely sure why. She agrees with the experts that his symptoms would be consistent with a toxic exposure to the medicines. She agrees we can't determine a cause of death. And Dr. Turner said she has never worked a case where a child has been abandoned, a child death, and they've been abandoned that wasn't related to abuse. Because it doesn't happen. She's been working for decades. Dr. Gallett.
No, they're just saying the content.
People don't abandon their dead children's bodies unless they have something to hide, unless they have something to cover up. After William has died, after his body is discovered in the woods in February, Teresa doesn't leave. She doesn't go home back to Charlotte. She stays here. You know she stayed here because on June the 23rd, William's 7th birthday, She goes to a DMV in Georgia and gets an identification card. That's her face on her 7-year-old's birthday, that just 4 months prior was found decomposed in the woods, that the community is searching for. That's her face on the anniversary of his birth. By roughly December of 1999, Teresa has returned to Charlotte. And here begins some more cover-up. First, she lies to Ava about William, tells all sorts of stories about how he's with his father's family, godparent. Then she lies to William's father's family about William. And in 2002, you heard from Investigator McClendon that it was confirmed that there was a child support case between Teresa and her child's father, William Harris Hamilton, after she knew he was dead. Teresa then moves to Alaska with her new husband, LaQuise Black, in 2005 and continues lying. She was so bold as to find some teenage boy and put him on the phone with her husband and pretend to be William. Those are the lengths this woman will go to lie to people, to manipulate her circumstances. She then lied to Wanda in 2017. She doesn't just say William's alive and in Atlanta somewhere. He's got kids. Now he's got kids. This isn't someone who feels remorse. And then on February the 15th of 2022, she lied to the police. She lies to the police. She doesn't even mention she's ever lived in Georgia. She doesn't even mention she has a son. And it's not until they tell her they're from Georgia. Yeah, I do have a son, actually. And then we have to listen to all these lies about how she left him with some woman she met in Atlanta. The crocodile tears. He's dead? No! 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 It was all lies. All lies. And those tears were for herself. Those were tears for Teresa because she was scared she was in trouble. All that time that Teresa was lying and covering up what had happened to William, law enforcement never gave up. This child,
Thank God they
while
didn't
he
give
may
up.
have been unidentified, had a special place in the hearts of this community, at the medical examiner's office. While he might not have had a special place in his mother's heart, at the medical examiner's office, they named him Dennis. And they pursued every lead they could, having artistic renderings done, having clay remodelings done, reaching out to the community. This child was never forgotten. And there's a reason that his case was so special to everyone involved. Because what happened to him was so touching. See, there's a very fundamental truth at play here that I don't have to tell any of you. And that's that people who love their children do not abandon them in the woods to rot and be feasted on by animals.
It's just sickening, you guys.
does
Like, oh
not
my
happen.
God.
Even if you believe that Teresa merely woke
Like,
up
it's
and
heartbreaking.
found her son dead beside her, the act of walking away, leaving him in that secluded wooded area where he was not found for almost 3 months, is concealing his death. That act alone is concealment. The defense would have you believe there needs to be some affirmative act. She needs to sprinkle him with pine straw. She needs to cover him with dirt. She needs to move his body. That's not what's required under the law. You have to find that she concealed his death, and that concealment prevented law enforcement from discovering what happened, and that is exactly what happened. She effectively
I wonder how
concealed
long
his
they're going
death
to end up
for almost 3 months because he was left in a
mulling this
secluded
around
wooded area
before we get a
that
verdict.
People didn't go in. He was concealed, and law enforcement were hindered. By the time they got to him, his body was severely decomposed and much of the evidence was gone.
It's true. Like, that's exactly.
Teresa was successful for a long time. She was able to hide the evidence and to muffle this child's voice. His ability to speak from the dead about what had happened to him. But William did speak. William spoke to all the angels in this case. The doctor who found the drugs in his body, the artist who created his likeness and broadcast it to the world so that hopefully someone would recognize him, and to Ava, his biggest angel of all, that woman who, when she
did conceal, Maxie, she did.
grabbed hold of
That's
that
my
child,
opinion.
stared him in the face, and repeated her name over and over, told him to repeat his, so that her face and her name would be seared into his memory, and he would never forget her, as he seared his own name and face into hers. And Ava did find him. William spoke one final time through that computer screen to Ava. And the case broke open. William was found and identified. He was given his name back. And now he has been speaking to each of you.
True story.
In the course of this trial, William has been speaking to each of you. And the time has come for you to be his voice.
So I guess with
The
what I'm
time
doing,
has
I'm
come
allowed
for you
membership
to speak for
and
William.
buy me a coffee.
And to
Because
say
there's all of the ad
what
revenue.
we all know, what we all feel deep in our hearts and in our guts.
Trying to work it out in the back end, but
That Teresa Black is responsible
they
for
seem to
his
pick and
death.
choose. I'm not big
That
enough.
Teresa Black failed her child. It is time for justice.
Yes, it is.
It is
Yes, it
time to hold Teresa responsible
Yes, it is.
and to tell her something that she already knows, that she has known for a very long time.
Guilty.
And that's that she is guilty of each and every count. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:30. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch now for 1 hour. We'll be back here at 2:30, at which point I will give you the jury charge, which is
Okay.
the jury to begin your deliberations. Same.
All right, guys. So it sounds like they're taking lunch. And what I will do is I will set up another stream. I've got a few reasons for doing that right now. And we will listen to the judge's instructions. And then I guess we wait for a verdict. Let's keep our fingers crossed that everybody in the know goes down. You know what I mean? This mother is a monster, in my opinion. So, guys, with that said, I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for being with me, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.